Gotta relax.
This is Earth Radio. And now here's human music.
Human music. I like it. I like it. I like it. I like it. Gotta relax.
This is Earth Radio. And now here's human music.
Human music. I like it. I like it. I like it. I like it.
Hello, hello, hello. We are back once again, friends. doing our Drawtober fun. Hey. So I hope you are all well. I hope you have had a wonderful day, or a wonderful morning, or a wonderful whatever it is for you. We are just going to be working through a few things today. So we've got a lot to get through. I've made myself a nice lovely list here. I'm also quite tired because I didn't really get enough sleep last night. So we're going to struggle a little, but we're going to push through it and we're going to get it done. I have a nice tea and some chocolate chip cookies, and we've had dinner, so should be okay. But we'll see how we go. Drawtober is up first. Today's prompt is crown. So let's chuck this up the top here. Crown. My other... No, that's alright. The light's probably good enough here. You guys can see. You guys can see. It's all good. Yeah, today's prompt is crown. And we are working on a tattoo design, actually, for Lizzie Bell. So we have... we're going to make semi-matching tattoos that are similar in concept but not exactly the same, about the crowns that we wore for our wedding. At the wedding we both had crowns that were handmade by me, and so we are going to be saying a lot today. I don't know what that's about. I don't know if I always do that. I should probably go through my videos and check. Anyway, so we've got the crowns. We both wore crowns, and hers was quite intricate. Took a long time to make, with gem inlays. And mine was significantly less time spent on it, but still looked pretty good. I was happy with it in the end. It's sitting up over there on our bookcase. I'm not going to go and get it and show you, but it's there. It's the same sort of wire stuff that I do here. So if people ask about it, I can show off some of the other wire stuff I've done, the other crowns that I've made and things. But we're going to make a tattoo design. Mine has pretty much been done already. It's not a good one, but it's not a great version of it to show off. But it has been designed, so I'm sort of finished with the design of it. So my crown here on the left-hand side, her crown here on the right-hand side, and then the labyrinth sort of icon in between them. I'm thinking of getting them on the inside of my elbow, so probably just above, because I've got tattoos all on my... There we go. I've got tattoos all down my arm, all up my arm. I don't know if you can see that very well. Yeah, actually, there you go. This is a better way to do it. Pro streamer. So I've got tattoos all down my arm, and the plan is to sort of keep filling this with stuff, but I'm probably thinking here, which is just above the sort of curve of my elbow, so like there-ish. A same sort of approximate size as this, so there, and then either side would be the crown, just in the stream black and grey. I've pretty much exclusively gone with black and red for my arms so far. There's a lot more tattoos that I'm planning on getting for a few different spots in here. I think I'm actually going to put it on this arm over here, because it makes more sense. But it's about where I've got space to work in. So that's my design essentially. I am doing just the crowns as opposed to this labyrinth design as well, which is going to be Lizzie Bell's one, and hers is going to be color. But it's going to be a specific kind of color work, because what she wants is not black and grey. She doesn't want any outlining or detail lining, at least not when we first discussed the idea. She wants it to be the gold color and then the gem colors, and that's it. with some shading and things like that. Giant tea mug, like half the size of my head. That's how much tea you need. Just endless amounts of tea. Especially when you're doing art. So we're gonna do some nice comfy art to begin with. I'm gonna use the markers and then I'll go over it with pencil, because I would like a vibrancy of color, because that's what you're gonna get in tattoo. It's gonna be solid blocks of pretty vibrant color, at least to begin with, and then it will fade into something a little bit, mellow. But that's where we're starting at. And then after that, we're doing do our Tattoober stuff, because I'm so behind in that, and I'm sorry, everybody. But we're going to do that. I've got 4 that I'm doing today. 4, I can count. I have fingers. 4 that I can do today, and then tomorrow I'm probably going to do another 4. I don't think I'm going to stream all 4 of them tonight, but I'm definitely going to do 4 of them tonight. So we'll see how that goes. If the stream is going well and it's interesting and people are enjoying it, I will continue in that vein. So that's where we're at. Yeah. So we're just gonna have our music chilling in the background. I don't know if we want this as music, or if we want something a little bit more boppy. I don't know. I guess we'll start with this, and then we'll go to. No, fuck it. Let's just go to Epidemic Sounds now. I don't have to wait for this. Because I was just thinking that, like, we want something a little more upbeat. It helps if I log in. Oh, fuck, I have to remember my password. God damn it. Is that correct? Apparently. Cool. Yes, save my password. Thank you. We want... what kind of mood do we want? What are we into? Well, let's go some lo-fi beats. Yeah. I have no idea what actual mood I'm in tonight. But this seems good enough. I'm happy with that. Alright, so we're gonna... Ooh. Yeah, cool. Let's do this. Why not? Oh, I think I remember this one. Kind of weird, eclectic. I do have some reference images, so I'll probably show you actually what the crowns look like. I don't know if you're going to be able to see that, are you? Nope. Cool. Alright, reference images are just for me then. Just to get a general gist of how this is gonna go, but I'm gonna put them mirrored on top of each other. So mine's gonna be down and Melt's will be up, and they're gonna be curved as if they were sitting up on the sort of bridge of your head, because that's how we wore them. So it makes sense to have them like that. I'm just gonna rough out the approximate design in pencil. I'm gonna have to rub basically all of this out before I start putting the marker in, just because otherwise it'll show through and it will look bad. But I do want the approximate shape in here so that I can make sure that I've got everything looking right, basically. Because it was pretty intricate. And if this becomes a tattoo, it's going to be significantly smaller than this. So I'll have to look at how muddy this gets. Alright, it's looking alright. So we went through. I went to Mineralism, which is the lovely crystal shop near us, and specifically, I was looking for a specific set of crystals based on their meaning and their properties and what they're supposed to do. Not sure I fully believe in all of that stuff, but the intent and the purpose was there for it to see and do. Hey, how you doing, Max? To see and do those things that it's supposed to do. So this needs to actually be a little bit wider. And then cut there. And same on the other side. So come in and curl through. Playing Sword and was bored. Yeah, that's fair. It can be a little easy to get bored in Pokemon Sword. I usually play it in like chunks, little bits here and there. Lizzie Bell is here in the background.
Hello.
She is doing an assessment task, so she's not paying attention to us. Which is a shame. But that's alright. Because it's more important that she gets that done. Yeah, so she's not going to be listening to the stream. I'm not sure that she's going to interact with it too much, other than just like coming on occasionally to, you know, spam bees or say hi or whatever. And other than that, we're just going to be chilling, just doing our thing. See, there you go. Oh, spamming bees. Spam some bees. Oh, bees from Barra. Very nice. We love James. He's a good egg. That one. Alright, so that's essentially, here, I'll pull it up so you can actually see it a little better. That's essentially the design for Mel's crown. Lizzie Bell's crown. Got Zarude and Celebi. Hey, nice work, buddy. What we want. And then my one is a little bit more crazy. So I'm going to flip it upside down and we're going to work on that. We're going to sort of mirror this same design. And so I had from here an arch like this. So hers was supposed to be like a proper royal crown, a formal crown. It was an event. Very cool. Maybe I should crack out my my sword and shield. I think I've just got sword. I don't remember. I'll have to double check. Double check which one I've actually got. So hers was supposed to emulate like a royal crown because I wanted that that vibe. I like this song. Remember this one too. And mine was supposed to emulate like antlers and stuff, because pretty consistently have that as my theme. You'll be able to see this very well, but actually I'll put it down.
How many hats do you need?
A billion. Hats on hats on hats. So I have these like deer antler type things, and then I've got a crown underneath. Let me see the crown a little better. Not very well. Alright, well anyway, that's sort of the vibe I was going for with mine. Bumblebee tuna. So mine had all these like horned elements to it that sort of interlaced with one another. And they're supposed to match on each side, which is going to make this a little bit more difficult. But we know a couple of good tattoo artists, so we know it's from Ace Ventura. I don't remember much of Ace Ventura, I'll be honest. I've watched all of them. But I do not remember, like, so much of it. I do remember some of the quite problematic things in it. That were, you know, elements of their time, things of their time, and so, you know, we thought that we thought they were funny when we were young, stupid kids. But looking back on it now, it's just like, oh, why did we think some of this was funny? But that's alright, these things happen. We change, we develop over time. There's still definitely some very good comedy in there. Hard to judge these things, I find, as like... You either judge it by modern standards and then, you know, is anything good enough? Or you judge it by, you know, it was a product of its time, and so, you know, you can't judge it by today's standards, and then, you know, it has all these elements to it that sort of, I don't know, seem unhappy making, because they're just not, you know, well, not what you remember as a thing. Yeah. I've had a couple of problems like that with TV shows, like going back and watching them later and being like, oh, actually this is like kind of fucked up a little bit, and like the jokes are still there, it's still kind of funny, and you still laugh at it, and you're still like, yeah, but then there's like something in it that you've since experienced or learned, and you're like, oh, that makes me kind of uncomfortable. I can't think of an exact example right now, but like things like, you know, just like weirdly cringy or uncomfortable things with like coerced consent and you know, abuse or assault or things like that. Like they're played off in a lot of the like late 90s, early 1000s movies as just being like, oh, here's this funny thing that happens, and you're like, actually, if I think about it for more than 5 minutes, like that's actually kind of really fucked up, and I'm not sure how I feel about that anymore. So I think I'm okay without the lamp. If after I start drawing in it doesn't look right, I'll grab the lamp, but for now it looks like it's okay. So that's the approximate roughed out design. Lizzie the Bell. My lady love. What do you think? Before I start inking this in.
Sorry?
Before I start inking this in, what do you think of that? Given that it's the design for you.
I mean, it's not going on me yet, so if I don't like it,
Yeah.
it's not alter it.
But like...
I like it so far.
Cool. Alright, well, we'll go out... You're cool. Alright, we're going to go ahead with this then. We'll turn it the right round because Lizzie Bell should be at the top. Auto balance. Come on. Wake up. Camera. Yeah, just focus on my hands. There we go. It's like a dog. I'm having to like, come on, here's the food. Alright. So now I have to do the awful thing of like trying to erase this back to like just faint elements of what it was. So the trick will be if I can get it faint enough that you guys almost can't see it, it shouldn't show through in the marker. Shouldn't. Say that, and then it's totally going to show through and I'm going to be like, I hate it. Because that's what it did to, what was the one we were drawing before? We were drawing one of these before, and the like all of the pencil lines show through, or at least like a good chunk of them, and I hate that. I can see them, and it makes me deeply unhappy. All right, so we're just erasing and smudging these lines a little. They'll turn into like shading lines, I guess, for it, which is fine. But we're gonna have to work our way through the rest of this. So, Max, you got, are you off today? You working? What would it be at the moment? Saturday night for us, so Saturday very early morning, I guess? Friday evening for you? Do you have the day off? Anybody else in chat, if you're listening and you want to join in, feel free. 4 a.m. Saturday. There we go. What are you still doing up at 4 a.m., man? I mean, I know you work nights, but like, you work at 8 p.m. tonight. Shit. Buddy. I mean, I guess if you're on nights, you need to stay in the night mode. So, you know, makes sense. Join the peace and quiet. Yeah. Yeah, that's a thing, buddy. Alright, we're gonna start with this. Oh, do we start with the super pale yellow? I'm gonna just... That's actually kind of a decent gold. You guys can't see this, but I'm going to move it down here. We're working in this tiny corner over here. Oh, fuck it. Oh, there we go. We're working in this corner over here. I'm just putting in the color palette for the yellows I have. I'm trying to get a very light yellow because we're going to go over it to make a gold color. That's way out of there. That's our shading color, I think. That's probably our dark yellow. Cadmium. This is going to be too orange. Oh, that's not bad, actually. Alright, maybe that's our shadow. There's our gold, our shadow, and then our highlight is the yellow. The actual yellow. Alright, so this is what I was doing here, down the bottom. Our color palettes for this. So I can yeah, I'm gonna start with the bright yellow, just because I actually think it's gonna look better in bright yellow. I hope this doesn't interact with. Let's bring this up. Yeah, I hope this doesn't interact too badly with the pencil. Loop at the top. I have no idea how a tattoo artist is actually going to do this, because it's a lot of detail for it to be actually so small. So we're going to lose a lot of this detail on the design that actually ends up going on our lovely Lizzie Bell. But that's okay, because it's kind of better to design... Yeah, it depends. It really depends. I find it's easier to design an artwork that's more complex and then work your way back than it is to design something that's not complex enough and have it look lacking in detail. I think I would significantly prefer to have something that looks intricate and completed, than something that doesn't match up technically to what it is you're trying to represent. Is this correct? It is correct. I should know I made this. And then there'll be another gem at the end there. So this goes up like this. And then we do this arm, which is like a twisty thing. Yeah, Lizzie Bell is currently busy writing a master's paper. It's the final one for this semester's work, which is very exciting. But it's a lot to do and not a whole lot of time to do it in. So she's really got to concentrate and work. So I'm trying not to be too annoying. She has got noise cancelling headphones in, luckily, so we can still chat. Which is nice because, the whole streaming thing. I was on a lovely new friend of the channel, Relay. What's his? Relay's Creations. I'm going to give him a shout out actually. So, Relay's Creations. Is that correct? Looks like it's correct. Hey, there we go. They do art stuff as well. They're an artist. And they do some really fun things. Don't go away, Pigman. I don't want to talk to you right now. There we go. They do some really fun things where they do like speed drawing. So anybody who was on my stream yesterday would have caught us talking about it. But he did a run of it today, and the audio kind of craps out a couple of times. So if you're watching the VOD, if there is a VOD, I'm pretty sure there is a VOD. That got a little messy, but all that being said, it was really fun to watch. You're no treat. Hey, fair enough, man. If you don't want to watch it, you don't have to. But the stuff he was creating is really interesting. It's like, so he does 3-minute sketches. So he gets 2 prompts. He's built a Unity program that essentially rolls a series of randomizers on a couple of set words, and it smashes those 2 words together, and then he has to come up with an artwork and draw it in 3 minutes. So coming up with the drawing is part of the 3 minutes. And then he's got a minute in between each artwork to take a little breather and to like recollect his thoughts and that kind of stuff and chat. Which is an awesome idea. You okay? Which is an awesome idea, and just super interesting stuff he came up with. Some of it's, you know, they're not they're not amazing works, but for 3 minutes they're really good. Like, I was very impressed with some of the stuff he was coming up with, and the kind of level of detail he was putting into some of these pieces, because they're super quick, rough sketches, but he's like getting a fair amount of detail in, and a fair amount of like managing to color them and all sorts of things. It's very cool. And I do a thing with my students at school where we do, it was very reminiscent of that idea. We do 5-minute, 5-minute artworks based on prompts. And it's usually the kids sort of just copying off an idea I've already made, because I'll spend 5 minutes creating a drawing, and then it goes up on a data projector, and they then either copy the design or they come up with their own based on the concept within it. So I'm sort of no stranger to the concept of quick drawing, but the kind of like mashup, quick run gauntlet of like, because he does 30 of them over the course of like 2 hours or something, 3 minutes each, and then a break in between, and like just someone being able to draw that long, that many different things is very impressive. Lots of pop culture references, good fun. But one of the things that the reason why I'm bringing it up actually, because, you know, mad props to the guy. But then also the other thing, ask any woman, 3 minutes will make a difference. It does make a difference. But the reason why I'm bringing it up is because he kept like freaking out over, you know, whether or not the stream was going well, and like all the technical difficulties, and he was apologizing a lot, and I just recognized in it that like it's exactly what I do on so many of my streams, of just being like, oh, you know, I'm sorry this isn't working out, or I'm sorry this, you know, is going like this, and, you know, you'll just have to bear with me kind of thing, and I, you know, sorry this artwork doesn't look exactly like I wanted it to, blah, 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 blah. And being on the other side of it made me realize, as much as other people sort of tell me the same thing, but it's hard to sort of conceptualize something that you haven't personally experienced. And so, as I was watching it, I was telling him, like, reassuring him, you know, it's like, it's fine. You could realistically have a stream where you didn't talk, and we would still all enjoy it. We would all still kind of watch it. Shows I care about my viewers. Yeah, exactly. And he was sort of thinking the same thing, of like, you know, I give a shit about what other people... Come on, camera. There we go. I give a shit about what other people think and are watching, and I think that's reasonable. I think that's a reasonable thing to sort of say. But at the same time, it's very dismissive of your own, like, skill and what you bring to sort of the stream thing. Ugh. I think my dinner doesn't agree with me. But the thing I was noticing, that's what sets us apart. Yes. Well, there is that. But what I was saying to him was that if the technical difficulties continued, and he was concerned that he could actually just like stop talking and just do the art, and people would still be interested and watch, because people are here to see the artworks, and not that like no one's interested in what this guy has to say, because they definitely were. I definitely was. But that the content is more than just, a conversation, or more than just the artwork. It's a connection between all the different things, and people will be there for lots of different types of reasons and different things that they're interested in. And so recognizing that, I think, is an important thing in the step towards being like, actually, I'm okay with some things not going right. I'm okay with, just doing my thing. I'm being happy with what comes out of it. And if people want to watch it, they want to watch it. If they don't, it doesn't really matter. Because realistically, most people are just going to watch it because they enjoy it. And being super hard on yourself doesn't actually improve the quality of the stream. But recognizing when it's appropriate to be like, hey, okay, I'm sorry this isn't working out the way I had originally intended it, but it's still going pretty well, so, enjoy, kind of thing. I think that's the key there, is acknowledging when it's not going well, and then attempting to just roll with it and be like, yeah, this is fine. This is what people are here to see. The arts. And, maybe some talking. So what that tells me is that actually I don't need to worry about the kind of stuff I'm talking about, the kind of ranting that I do. Because there are lots of people who are probably here specifically to watch that. Or to watch my art sort of unfold as it does, and some of them are lurking and not even listening, and that's fine. That's their prerogative. They want to do that. Some of them are specifically watching for the chats. Some of them are specifically watching for the art. Some of them are watching for both. And that combination means that, you probably don't need to feel sorry about certain things not working out, like moments of silence. I can just let the air sit sometimes if I'm getting tired or if I don't know what to talk about. That being said, I've spent this whole time just yammering on, so there you go. Don't always listen to my own advice. Yeah, I just thought it was interesting to see that perspective from the other side, because I'm usually the one, the artist, sort of being like, oh, sorry this isn't, what you're expecting or what I was expecting it to be, and sorry that, the technical things might not be working out correctly or something like that. And really, I should just be like, nope, this is what it is. Enjoy it or don't. I'm having fun. I'm happy. I appreciate that you're here. And, if something goes wrong, I'll apologize for it. But I don't need to feel cut up about that. I don't need to go out of my way to, accommodate everything and everyone. I just need to do the things that work for me. And I think that probably applies to most people, that in your work, in your relationships, in your life, that people will be there to support you if they want to be, and if they're not and they don't, then maybe that's okay too. Maybe that friendship or relationship or whatever just doesn't go anywhere, or maybe that work situation is not for you. I'm being okay with rolling the dice and going elsewhere, or sticking it out where you are and being like, okay, yeah, well, this is comfy, this is happy, I'm good where I am, I'll make the most of it while I'm here, and if it works out, it works out. If it doesn't, it doesn't. It doesn't have to be the end of the world or the be-all and end-all. That's also easier said than done, because, if you've ever been in one of those relationships that's very tumultuous, and you're like, oh, I want to go somewhere else, but you feel like you can't. Get stuck in the spot. This has been Terrible Life Advice with New World Artist. I am going to be working on my, I don't know why this thought came to my mind now. I am going to be working on my OnlyFans. Hey! Nude World Artist. Oh, thanks, Max. Appreciate that. I'm going to be working on my OnlyFans stuff. I'm making an account mainly just as a joke. But I'm going to be putting lewd art on there. I don't know how much I actually want to, like, engage with that as a thing. But, like, I have some art that, you know, probably could fit into that category. And people will pay money for it, so I feel like I should. More than anything else. Just because the joke was so good. Alright, so we need a series of greys here. So we're going to go back over this side. And we're going to work our way through these crystals at the top here. So all these tall ones were various different types of quartz. So we had some Peruvian singing quartz or Himalayan singing quartz. I can't remember which it was. And then we had 3 pieces of that. We had some crystal quartz, which is just like very see-through type quartz. And then we had some smoky quartz as well. Which was good. It's a weird song. I don't know how I feel about it. It's kind of got a vibe to it, but it's just a little out there. Oh, that's uncomfy. Having that right there. So yeah, after this we're going to go on and do my Tattoober stuff, do my tattooing. So I think this is the first time I've done tattooing on stream, and we'll have to see how it goes, because tattooing can be quite loud. I'm only just now connecting this in my head that the machine is going to be running, and that's going to be quite loud. Because the mic will definitely pick it up. So it might just be that I'll have to like talk for a bit, then tattoo for a bit, and then talk for a bit, and then tattoo for a bit, and do some like back and forth type stuff. See how we go there. But yeah, it's gonna be a weird one, I think. But I do want to do it because, like, practicing. Oh, thanks, Max. I appreciate that. The support is always super appreciated. For people who aren't streamers, or who don't stream like as much, just having someone around in chat is super motivating, because it like reminds you that people are around and that, you know, they're listening and that kind of stuff. I have quite a few friends that will sit and lurk but not actually listen. And mega props to them. I appreciate and fucking love them for it, because they're amazing. But it does kind of occasionally get to the point where I'm like, you know, what's the point in doing this if no one is actually watching and they're just kind of like half listening? You like to stay engaged. Yeah, exactly. And it's super helpful and engaging for the streamer to like have someone in the chat. Not even like all the time like chatting, not all the time responding, but just like engaged in some fashion. Like just there. And like occasionally listening or occasionally, you know, responding to something. Because I don't know if you've ever actually tried to like just talk about nothing for hours on end into an empty void, but it's a little tricky. Yeah, knowing someone cares enough to listen to what you have to say is a huge deal. Oh, Lizzie Bell with the bees! Spamming those bees. How you doing? No, not good. Not good.
Not good.
Do you need a cuddle?
Pretty sure I'm going to fail this assignment.
You are not going to fail this
I'm going to
assignment.
be able to finish this assignment.
You will finish this assignment. So she does this literally every single time and then gets high distinctions. Don't listen to her, she's lying.
Wait, did I get a high... No, I didn't get a high distinction.
You got a distinction or a credit on the last one.
Yes.
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 And previous times you've gotten high distinctions.
Yes.
For your degree before that you had a distinction average. Yes. And every single time on those assessment tasks you said, oh, I'm gonna fail, oh, I'm not gonna finish it.
And half the time I had to do late.
And still got high distinctions. Don't you give me that crap.
But my brain isn't working.
I know it's not working. Well, let me know when you need a cuddle and I'll come and give you a cuddle.
I'm okay, I'm just tired.
I know.
I need a break.
Okay, well, it's 9 o'clock. Get a bit of a break. Have you got a tea? Okay, you should make a tea. Get up and make yourself tea. Yeah, this is what our relationship is like. Lots of love and care and support, and then also calling each other out on our shit.
We both have a lot of shit that needs calling out.
Yeah, we do.
We're both a bit of a mess.
We are so much of a mess. What's that about?
We're also really well put together.
We are. Pretty balanced individuals. Oh, thanks, Max. It is adorable. We're the best. I am super lucky to have found Lizzie Bell.
I'm lucky.
Oh, because she's just
You're the best.
super lovely. So, self-care, super important. Make sure you have enough to drink, to eat, to
Have a tea.
something. Have a rest. Go and make yourself a tea if you need to. I am going to hydrate. Whoa. I'm still going on my tea, actually.
God,
Yeah.
it's not cold.
Oh, it is. Maybe that's what you need. A good Australian woman. Oh, Struth. Yes, but also, an Australian woman is not going to take crap, so you better be prepared for that. Australian girls are rough. Rough as
I
gut.
feel like I should be offended by this.
Rough as guts, mate.
As someone who's both very soft and very femme, I feel like I should be offended by this.
You don't give crap? Yeah, very good. I don't think you did. Yeah, I cleaned the stove. I tried to clean up while I was cooking tonight, because, so I have been working, I've been teaching this week. I'm going to be teaching for the next 6 weeks, and I don't know why I agreed to do the block, to be honest. But we need the money at the moment, and it's nice to have a little bit of walking around money. Keep myself busy. But what that means is I'm super tired from, you know, working around and doing stuff. And I haven't had a chance to like keep the house in order, because I'm, as a house husband, it's my job to keep the house moving and in order, which I'm super happy to do. That actually makes me super happy. but because I've been doing other things, I've been kind of busy and haven't been able to focus on it. And so I've been trying this weekend to, whilst doing my other things, also do a little bit of cleaning up and house maintenance and stuff. And it's been working pretty well, so I'm happy. I could be like, who were you, the Queen of England? You could do that. I don't know how well it'd go down, Max, but you could give it a try. It depends who you were looking to pick up, but there would definitely be some girls in Australia who would be keen on Americans. There'd also be a lot who are not at all, and that potentially might be the problem that you face. Because America gets a pretty bad rap everywhere. Sorry to burst the bubble. But if you could get a...
You might be isolating your American viewers.
It's a little controversial. I like Americans. I've met some very lovely Americans, and I've been to America a couple...
That's because it's not Americans that's the problem.
Yeah, true. It's the American system that's the problem. You'll be like, you may have the frying pan, but I have the bread roller. Don't know if there's a reference I'm missing there. Is this like a fighting? I don't know. I am unfamiliar with the American flirts.
Is a bread roller or a rolling pin?
Huh? Yes.
Bread roller?
Yeah.
A rolling pin?
That's a rolling pin.
Never heard the term bread roller before.
It's like a fruit roll-up, but made out of bread. In America, men joke about women beating us men with a frying pan. Right. Okay, so yeah, UK has the rolling pin thing, the bread roller. America clearly has the fry pan thing. In Australia, it's a bottle of Tooheys or a can of VB. You can also substitute that in for a bottle of wine. Or just anything you have at hand, really. Yeah, glassings are pretty common in Australia. We have a whole category of it in our crime statistics. We also have a section called justified glassings. Yeah, in which the glassing takes case after a assault, like a fist fight assault, and they're considered to be justified glassings in that you are responding in kind to a physical action. This needs to be clarified because Australia doesn't have self-defense laws. There's no like self-defense right or right to self-protection or things like that. So it is. So you are technically, like, basically how the clause works is you're allowed to defend yourself with equal force, but it has to be non-predetermined. So what that means is if someone comes at you with a weapon, you're allowed to find your own weapon to defend yourself, but it has to be of equal risk or lesser to the one they have, and it cannot be anything on you that you predetermined to use as a weapon. So therefore you can't carry a knife around with you. You can't carry a bat or a club or anything.
It's also illegal to have things like pepper spray.
Yeah, you can't have mace, you can't have pepper spray, you can't have a taser, no firearms. You can't have knives, you can't have anything that could be used as a weapon is considered to be predetermine it. That is, that you predetermined that it could be a weapon and therefore carried it for weapon purposes.
So we have swords in our house, and we can't use them in self-defense if someone breaks in.
Yes.
Because they're too much force.
Yes. Unless the other person has a knife or a gun, in which case we could use it, but we have to justify why we have the sword in the house apart from self-defense, because it would not be a reasonable reason to have it in the house. Why? Because Australia is crazy. We don't have a constitution like America does. We don't have the right to arms or self-defense. We also don't have the right to free speech, technically. What we do have is a series of rights acts and bill acts, which basically state that, like, under reasonable circumstances, most people would do this thing, and therefore this is the response you're allowed to do. And that's mitigated against social good. So people aren't allowed to carry knives because knives increase knife crime. People aren't allowed guns because guns increase gun crime.
And it's true, we do have less crimes involving those weapons because people aren't carrying them.
Absolutely.
It works. My only issue is that the self-defense thing means that, like, say, a woman can't carry around something like pepper spray to protect herself. And I think that's bullshit. And if you do use something like that, you get charged along with whoever was attacking you for using it.
So that's one of the big things of the issues in Australia, is that there's quite a lot of criminal cases and lawsuits that come out in Australia that are essentially just someone broke into the house and then they got absolutely fucked up by someone who was more prepared than they were, but used what's considered to be excessive force. And so then that person ends up getting charged and they have a criminal record, they end up in jail, or they get fined a fuck ton of money because they you know, either had a weapon ready to defend themselves with, or they exceeded the force that was projected upon them by someone else. I don't think that's particularly good. I kind of, controversially, would be pro-arms, like the right to bear arms in Australia. I think it should be heavily legislated. I think it should be only with licensing and things like that, but like, it's kind of insane how limited our defense is as things. How do they stop pedos and pervs? Usually fists, lots of glassings with bottles, or you just call the police, and the police come with their guns, and they arrest people. Police response in Australia isn't actually that bad. It's got its issues with racism, it's got its issues with slow response times in, like, rural Australia, but generally speaking, the police are pretty good here. Yeah, it's a lot of defense without weapons. People carry things that could be weapons that aren't. Lots of, like, screwdrivers, and, like, I used to carry pliers around everywhere. Make an exception for females. I mean, they should really just change the laws, but yeah. I think that would be reasonable, an exception for women. But, you know, there's lots of people in various different categories who require that extra protection and assistance. Children, disabled people, women, trans folks, all of these categories would benefit from extra protection from having a deterrent. Not even a weapon that you would use, but a deterrent. Sorry. I think there should be better self-defense laws, generally not for carrying weapons, but purely for self-defense. Yeah, exactly. And this is why I think that the right to bear arms thing in America makes sense. Because even if you never use a gun, having a gun on you is a great deterrent for violent crimes. Because unless the person is, like, particularly methed up at the time, as soon as they see a gun, they're not gonna fuck with you anymore. But the problem is that people are stupid and crazy, and Australia has an issue with violence in general.
Quite a violent culture.
We have a very violent culture. We also have a very big drug and drinking culture. And we also have a pretty big culture of unchecked violence, so unchecked aggression. Men and women in our society are much more aggressive than they are in other countries and other cultures.
So this is why I don't think that we should be allowed to carry guns and stuff.
Yeah, I get
don't
that.
think that's a good idea. I think having, and like evidence has shown that having guns as a legalized thing just increases the
Yeah. It definitely does.
gun violence.
But it does
I
lower
agree
other
that-
types of crime.
Yes, but there's a middle ground which involves
Yeah.
non-fatal weapons.
Oh, absolutely.
I agree with Max. Like, we should have non-fatal weapons.
Yeah.
That's enough. That would be what we'd be able to make work for these situations.
Yeah, non-fatal weapons would be good enough for that, I think. Having tasers, having pepper sprays, having serious deterrents that aren't immediately life-threatening,
Yeah.
I think is probably a better option. I just think on the face of it, the sort of the gun argument makes sense to me as someone who has been in a lot of situations where having a gun would have solved many problems.
They just create more problems than they solve. It's not worth
In the long run, yeah.
Yeah, and that's a problem.
Yeah.
But
It's
if there's something that creates fatal problems.
yes.
Yeah.
But in the short run,
But there are
they would have
ways around
saved
that.
me a lot of hassle.
These are looking really good.
They are. I'm really liking this. I'm gonna mute the red in here and make it a little bit darker. Can't see the art, sorry.
That's alright. It's my tattoo. I'd like to see it a little bit closer. Let me just wait for your stream to catch up to what I do.
What about Nerf guns filled with cayenne pepper?
Counted pepper
Hey,
spray.
guess
That's
what?
really pretty.
You're welcome. I'm glad you like it. Guess what, Max? You can't have airsoft guns or paintball guns because they're considered firearms. In addition to that, any projectile-based firearm, so anything that projects a projectile,
Slingshots.
including a slingshot, including an air rifle, including any kind of air-propelled propulsion system, is considered a firearm and therefore a class 3 weapon, so something that you could be arrested for having.
Yeah.
But even more specifically, if you jerry-rig a Nerf gun or a water gun or any kind of gun, any kind of safe and legal toy gun, to project a metal projectile or project a projectile which has a loaded case in it, that is something that holds onto like a pepper spray or pepper powder, or alcohol or an acid or something like that. That's also considered a firearm under the provisions because you have modified it to make it a weapon.
Also, DIY pepper spray is also illegal.
Yep, you
I
can't.
looked into that.
You can't make your own.
That's why we do deodorant, because they can't say that there's no reason for us to be carrying around mini cans of like deodorant spray.
Yep. And they actually specifically make little like
Purse-sized
clutch-sized deodorants.
Yeah.
I have a feeling
Carry
it's
those around.
specifically for that reason.
I mean, it's for people who like to carry their deodorant around anyway, but the alternative, the other thing is, yes, that gives us that option.
So-
I used to live alone, and I didn't have a car at the time. I used to walk home after afternoon shift at 11:30 midnight, and I lived in like a quite dodgy area of the town that I was in.
Very rough area of town.
The specific units that I was in was like 4 units that were super, super cheap. I'm pretty sure at least one of my neighbors was actively on drugs all the time. And I lived across the road from the cemetery. And I wasn't allowed any of these weapons, and I lived alone. So I spent a lot of time thinking about the other things I could carry around and how to protect myself. Luckily, I never had an issue, but
Yeah. Lots of stories from that area.
yeah.
I'm trying to think what an equivalent in America would be, and I'm thinking like Detroit, maybe?
I wasn't quite that.
It's not.
Not that bad.
It wasn't. not like the very bad areas, but like Detroit has some okay areas in it. But Mount Druitt, for example,
Yes.
would be an equivalent to the worst areas of
True.
Detroit. There are fatal stabbings on the regular in those areas. And a lot of gun crime as well, like drive-by shootings and random killings is definitely a thing in those areas. So like Australia is not without its serious problems. Hey, how you going, Relay? I should ask you actually, what do you prefer to be called? Because I've just been calling you Relay up until this point. I did a shout out for your thing before. I managed to catch some of your stream, not enough of it, I think, but I caught a fair chunk of it, and it was very enjoyable. For anybody who doesn't know, yeah, Relay, cool. Relay does some really good work with like mashups and quick drawing, kind of a cartoony style. But amazing technical skill and detail and for how little time is spent on some of those drawings, and yeah, I was just enamored with the work that was on the stream. It was very good. So everybody should go and check him out at some point. Might just do a quick shout out actually. For anybody who's still in Creations. Yeah. Anyway, we were talking about terrible things about Australia. But other than that, Australia is awesome. Australia is like not the best country. That might be going a little far.
But it's a pretty good country.
But it's a pretty amazing country.
We're reasonably lucky.
Oh, it is the lucky country.
Yeah.
We are super lucky here. We're awesome place to be.
Even with all of the spiders.
Even with all the things that are constantly trying to kill you. Yep, and snakes and drop bears and any of the flying things that have like poisonous, spikes on them, and like birds that can kill you.
Birds that can take your eyes out.
Birds that can take your eyes out. Birds that can literally disembowel you with like one strike.
I've never wanted to get too close to any of them.
Relay is actually...
God, it has been the most ridiculous watching people protest for us.
It's so good. I love it.
It's so awful. I hate it.
It's so good. I love the idea that like Americans, and this is not to disparage Americans, but because I have a lot of American friends who I love very dearly, but the idea that the American centric thing of like the way we do it must be the way that everybody else wants to do it, and so we do agree that there are definitely some freedoms in America that we would like to have here, but there's also a lot of terrible things that F you, and there's also a lot of terrible things in America that we wouldn't like to have.
And as a general rule, we like how things get done here.
The American dream, exactly. And the American dream seems to be that everybody else must also follow the American dream, and if they aren't, they should definitely
need to be freed.
Yeah, let's go and free them.
They need to be freed by force.
I love that concept. It's great.
I hate it. It's
No,
awful.
I think it's awesome.
I'm waiting for the American army to like come and invade us and free us from our awfulness.
No, they'd only ever do that if it was like China or something was coming to, and in the end, like Australia's army is actually pretty decent. Like our defense forces are pretty solid. It's been massively blown up by propagandists.
Obviously.
Yeah, absolutely. So in Australia, it's been blown out of proportions, and then those same propagandists have sent that information overseas to America to be like, here, you don't want to be like us, to scare America into like leaning back into the.
Because they
Yeah.
using the terminology of liberal, because we're under a liberal government.
Yes.
I've seen that so much.
Which is hilarious because the Liberals are our conservative government.
Yeah.
Our Liberals are our conservatives, which confuses the fuck out of people. Even here, actually.
Yeah.
I know so many people who are like, "Oh yeah,
I'm left-leaning, I vote liberal."
yeah, I'm left-leaning, I vote for the Liberals," and then you'd be like, wait, don't just run that by me again."
That's alright, I get out of it by voting for the Greens. Don't have to deal with either of those confusing terms.
The ridiculous dichotomy. Yeah, we don't have a two-party system here. We have a two-party plus like 8 others.
So we have 2 that always get into the main.
Yeah, we have 2 major parties, and then we have a bunch of independents and a bunch of smaller party groups who give preference to
a major party.
And
they also get a lot more of the like seats.
Yeah.
Houses.
Yeah, they usually work by coalition, which is really good because it means things actually get passed that benefit the multiple groups rather than just like, you know, whoever's in favor at the time.
Yeah.
It's one of the things I really like about our political system, and also the preferential system, so that you can actually vote for the smaller party first, and know that you're not just wasting a vote, that it actually does go somewhere eventually. Because that's the thing that is super crazy about Americans, is that like you vote for one or the other, and then that's it. If you vote for independent, you're literally throwing your vote away, which is insane as an idea. That like your vote can just not matter.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to our next election. As a weirdo that I am, super into politics.
That the Liberals, Conservatives brought in gay marriage and gun control. Yeah.
True. I mean, gay marriage thing needed such a vote.
Yeah. But I love the thing that John Howard, one of our most conservative, not most conservative, but pretty heavily conservative prime ministers, brought in gun control and was like, yes, this is the appropriate thing to do.
Important. Why would we continue having massacres? And like it worked.
Yeah, it did. Preferential system is best. I love our system of government after seeing how it's done elsewhere. Yeah, absolutely. Having traveled to a lot of different places, I think we do it best. I think England is not too bad. The kind of split between like House of Lords, like a Senate like voting system, and then they've got like the Queen as this kind of like extra figure on the side that doesn't actually do anything, but kind of gets a say in things. Yeah, and we have the same thing as well, but like she still gets to like on occasion like make fuss and pomp and like get to like veto certain things, and I think that's fun. But yeah, it's not exactly the same, and I get that it's a different environment because being in Europe and being so close to so many other very distinct countries and having such a background of that kind of stuff, pretty heavily determines your politics and your economy and all that kind of stuff. But like the Tories is a mess, and it's just there is a level of racism in American English politics that I think we don't quite get to in Australia. We have One Nation, which is well up there, but like I think it's just a little lower, which is kind of nice. And no one takes One Nation seriously, so.
Or like United Australia.
Or the United Australia Party. No one takes them seriously. Today's prompt is crown. So I am doing these two. I'll actually put it the right way up. I'm doing these two. They are the. Yeah, because yours goes at the top. These are the two crowns that me and my lovely wife Lizzie Bell wore for our wedding. So these are being turned into tattoos that will be on our bodies. I'm having the black and white version. She is having the colored version. So this is my crown down the bottom, and this is her
this
scimitar.
gold color is not going to show up on my
Probably won't.
golden brown skin.
Yeah, probably won't. You might have to reconsider.
Yes. Just looking at the color right now, it's very similar to my skin color.
It is, but that's what you said you wanted. The other option is that we pump white into it.
Yeah. Or something. We'll figure something out.
Yeah. Play around.
Talk to an actual tattoo artist.
Talk to a and the other the solution might be we talk to a tattoo artist and get them to do a couple of color swatches, which is that they'll find a section in your body that you're happy to have tattooed, and they'll do a series of colored dots.
Yeah, fair enough.
And then what we say,
Find a colour that works.
yeah, find a color that works, and also find a pattern that works. Maybe we have to go over it with white first, and then put yellow over the top of that. Yeah. The guys at Torosumi actually will probably do something like that.
That would be my preferred place to get this tattoo.
They are pretty receptive to that kind of thing. So, where were we at? It's funny that we have a figurehead in the UK. It's technically our head of state of power. Zero power, yeah, exactly. It's great. I love it. Needs to stop poking their nose where it doesn't belong. They have not learnt that. The whole issue with Afghanistan recently, and they're still like, oh, okay, so who's next?
Australia, apparently.
In fact, apparently, yeah. Yeah, it's not super common to do color swatches, but
with someone who's got darker skin, it's sometimes necessary
Yeah.
because a lot of tattoo artists learn on light skin.
Yep.
And I know you guys don't usually see me, I'm actually half Indian, so I'm a little bit browner.
Yes.
So this would blend into my skin tone a lot, even though it would show up really well on white skin, probably.
This kind of like yellow brown in here, and you can't see it super well, but like that's not far off
Yeah,
some of your
less
skin
yellow,
color.
but
Yeah.
it's approximately the right depth of color.
Yeah.
So, yeah. I realised while looking at these that it probably actually won't show up, so I'd have to get swatches because it's harder to tell how tattoos will show up on darker skin.
It is. And given that not a lot of tattoo artists work in that color a lot
In Australia.
America,
in Western countries.
in most Western countries, that it can be difficult to know what will work without having done something first.
I've
So
actually heard a lot of stories of people having tattoo artists straight up refusing to work on their skin because it's dark and they don't know how to do it. Like, it's a problem in the tattoo industry.
yeah, absolutely. But I understand that of like,
Yeah.
you know, hey, look, I've never done this before and I don't want it to look like shit, so I don't want you to be my test
No,
case.
absolutely. I agree with that.
Yeah.
However, it happens far too often and it
Yes.
needs to be more practice on dark.
Absolutely.
To have that in the industry. And also, a lot of the times people get told, not, I can't do this, but
I refuse.
this won't look good on you.
Yeah.
Not I refuse, but you can't get this tattoo or it look good on you rather than no way to work for that skin.
You could do mid-tone art. Couldn't you pushing out both light and dark? Yes, you can. You can do some really interesting things with dark skin tones. But the problem is that the contrast detail is much more difficult on dark skin, and light colors, so whites, yellows, light greens, things like that, they fade significantly quicker due to like UV fluctuations and just general skincare. They wash out, colors wash out super quickly, and dark, like straight black, doesn't show up really well on quite dark skin. It's pretty good on
I'm like
Lizzie Bell's because she's
brown, light to mid.
Yeah.
I'm not that dark.
tea colored.
Yeah, and the colour of tea with a bit of milk in it.
Yeah. But it like that contrast doesn't show through as well, so it's difficult to get the proper definition of color you need. And if you want a tattoo that lasts longer than 5-10 years, you need that super high contrast. Hey, Mal, how you doing? Thanks for coming in, buddy. Yeah, so if so it's a thing that definitely needs addressing in in the tattoo community, and it has been to some degree in certain places, but it's definitely a working process. Hey, one of the big things that they've started doing is so I've got silicone skin that I've been working on my tattoo stuff with. Looks like this. So it's just like white silicone that you tattoo on, and it kind of very, very vaguely resembles skin. They have started bringing out versions of color palettes for that skin that actually resembles skin of people of color, which is awesome. Yeah, the same stuff that swimming caps are made of, but a little bit thicker. Mal, we are working on our Drawtober. This is day 9. We're doing crown. We've got these nice 2 crown pieces. These are replicas of the crowns that me and my wife Lizzie Bell wore for our wedding. So these are going to be turned into tattoos. I'm having the black and white version, which is going to be on me, and she's going to have the colored versions, hopefully. But we were just discussing that the color range potentially won't work on her skin very well, so we're going to have to look at getting some swatches. And Relay was asking that was a thing, that if you talk to a particularly good tattoo artist, not just, your average shop, but like a good shop, they will... if you intend on getting a tattoo with them and spending a bit of money and time there, that they will actually probably for free do what's called a tattoo swatch. They'll do a series of dots of color or a series of bars of color to see how it sits on your skin, to make sure you're not allergic, to make sure you don't have any reactions to it, to make sure that it fades properly, and that also your skin works well with it. Because some inks don't work with certain skin types, some tattoo techniques don't work particularly well with some skin types, especially if you've got like chronic illnesses or things like that. Or if you are a person of color and that particular tattoo artist is only used to working with white people, it can be helpful for them to get a sense of what that color is actually going to look like. So that's what we were discussing. There's my Instagram. Check it out. I have been doing Drawtober. I've also been doing Tattoober. Doing my tattoo stuff. Doing my drawing stuff. You really like the red as it is? A little darker. I can leave it as it is. Sure.
I know it's not quite as dark as mine. That's why I said darker maybe will look nicer. But I'd like to see an example.
Sure.
I think it's really pretty as it is.
Yeah.
Darker will look better on my skin.
It will. So, yeah, significantly lighter or significantly darker would look better. So these crowns are made from golden wire, gold-coated copper wire. I do sculptural work as well. I work with wire. I work with all sorts of things, really. I made swords for the wedding. I made tables for the wedding. What alcohol markers am I using? They are from Typo. They're literally just Typo markers. They're artist's dual nib markers from Typo. They're not amazing, but they're not terrible.
And you got them as a gift, so you're using them because you have them.
Yeah, I got them as a gift. They weren't super expensive. They're about $100 for the pack, and you get this full range of color. The problem is they just run out super quickly. That's the problem. So they're pretty good color. They're pretty good color range. So I've been doing all of my marker stuff recently with this stuff. And it's a really nice color range. They flow really well, but there's just not a lot of ink in them. I think if I chucked a little bit of alcohol in there, I could probably revive a couple of them a little. But they just need... It's a good set for 100, absolutely. You have a similar set from Uhuhu, and you highly rate them. Okay. I might have to look into that. Because I will need to get another set after this. Markers. I think Lizzie Bell is looking them up right now.
Oh, I am?
Hey, hey. Hey, hey. How much? For...
This is possibly American.
No, that's it. Yeah, anyway. Yeah, so, you know, they're not bad. I've enjoyed using them. They have... I don't usually work with markers, and these have been pretty great as a practice case, and to get a sense of like what these would be like. So if you're thinking of getting some and you can get to a typo, I would recommend. They actually do a brush chisel tip like Copics. Your only complaint is that cap color is a terrible representation of ink color, so swatch card is essential. Yeah, I have the same issue with these markers. It's 50-50. Oh, sorry. Come on, there we go. Yeah, so it would absolutely be 50-50 with these. Sometimes they come out really nicely, and sometimes they come out really shit. As in, like the top color of the markers are the right color, or the other half of the time it's wildly different to the top color. You can't figure out how to use markers, they stress you out. Fair.
Me too.
I mean, you do really well with ink, so I don't see why you would struggle that much with them. But having used them for a significant amount of time now, I can see why they would stress someone out. Like, they stressed me a little bit when I started with them, but having played around with them, they're pretty good. I would advise, if you're going to do it, give yourself like a set of 20 artworks or something of different styles and types to start playing around, and you don't know how to explain it, that's fine. They feel yucky. No, I get that. I get that. Yeah, who needs markers when you do real brush pens? Yeah. For those who don't know, Mao has been doing his stream ink, which is like his version of Drawtober, for lovely streamers. There are some lovely artists up there if you would like to go and check them out. Mao is one of them. Mr. Mao. Second on that list, it looks like. Yeah. In between two other great artists, Charles and James B. Barrow. Followed by just the comfiest of art streamers, Zestia. Oh, such awesome people. I love all my streamy friends. They're great. Anyway, I was saying, if you do get a set of markers, what you should do is pick like 20 artworks. There's our Discord. It's all coming up now because people are chatting. That's what it is. Yeah. Pick like 20 artworks of different styles to work with, and if you spend sort of a significant amount of time, yeah, oh buddy, it is not ordered by skill level or how much I love you guys, but it was technically ordered at random, but I am glad that you were there in between those two and up there at the top. Yeah, that is definitely Charles. That sounds exactly like Charles. Oof, as the kids would say. Alright, let's do a mock-up here of what we think this garnet is going to look like. Alright, so these are the garnets we've got at the moment at the top. I haven't actually finished them, but Lizzie Bell likes the kind of soft red
I'd like to see the
that's
dark
there.
colours.
This is what this is what the darker is going to look like, just very roughly. If it will focus. There we go. The stream will catch up in a second.
Actually, that's really pretty.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, no, you're right.
Yeah?
That'll look better on me.
Cool.
And does more match what it does look like.
It does actually look more like what they are supposed to look like, so we're going with that. Pro illustrators would hate to watch your stream. Too fast, too loose. Even my good ones on Monday. I think entirely the opposite. As someone who does long form styles of art, and I have done speed drawing and things like that, but as someone who does long form styles of art, and appreciates like detail and things like that, I love the idea of speed drawing that can get like skill in over time, because the thing I've noticed with a lot of the like long form drawers is that, and I find this in my own work as well, is that like there's a pretty long period of time where not a lot happens, where you have like you rough out your form and then you refine it for like 2 hours until finally it looks amazing. Whereas the speed drawing thing is like you take out that middle bit and you just do whatever you can at the start to rough out the idea and then make it look great. And sometimes it doesn't, because, you know, you can't be fucking perfect every single time, but hey. But like some of the works you were coming up with were really, really good after like 3-4 strokes. And I think that's something that a technically skilled artist would appreciate. Like that idea of like, it can take only 2 or 3 strokes or 5 strokes to get to like a well-defined artwork. I'm trying to think off the top of my head who it is. Picasso does some of them, or at least has done some studies on them. And then there was another artist, like expressionist artist who did a series of, was it Dali? Might have been Dali, or one of his friends, who does like single line quick drawings. And they're just stunning. They're like the minimalism and simplicity in them, but then also like the level of detail from a single line, just like the gesture of the form becoming something, and that your mind fills in all the blanks, I think is amazing. And I really appreciate that about like quick art and cartoonistic art that like gestures at something and really, really sophisticated gesture pulls off something that it would take like a technical artist hours to draw. I appreciate it anyway. You're gonna run out and grab a bite? All good. Thank you very much for joining us. Yeah. Do speed drawing for that exact reason. Yeah, a lot of cartoon and animation artists do that kind of thing. I've noticed a lot with like digital artists these days will do stuff that's like, I don't know, excessively warped intentionally. And I think we've lost some of the like the gestural art that is the hallmark of that kind of speed drawing type thing. But I'm sure we'll get back to it. Things come and go in waves. very often. All right, Lizzie Bell, what do you think?
Oh,
Sorry, I'm...
literally just lay down.
I think this is good. I think we're happy. There is a sweet spot, absolutely. So what do you think? Could you have this on your body?
Hold on, stream's catching up.
It is.
I could absolutely have that on my body. It's very cool.
The garnet works quite well. I'm liking this. This light fixture. Just so you're aware, if you make this small enough to be on your arm, you're gonna lose most of that detail.
That's okay. I was actually not thinking of putting it on my arm.
Cool. If you had a little bit bigger on your chest, it'd probably work nicer. Your favorite one today was a skeleton. There was a lot of charm in the pose. Absolutely. I really liked the bread with the umbrella. That was great. The soggy bread. The expressive lines in that was so good. Like you just like pumped it out in a second, and I was like, oh my god, that's perfect. I have a soft spot for bread, but bread, guys. You proud of the bread one? Yeah, good. I'm glad you appreciated it as well, as much as I did. Okay, so that's our Drawtober. How long did that take? An hour and 40. Oh, yeah, true. I was trying too hard. All right, we're gonna take a quick bio break. So don't go too far. Go and get a drink, go and get a tea, go to the toilet if you need to. I'm gonna set up my tattoo stuff, and we will be back to do things. I'm probably gonna leave the music running and just turn off the microphone. So we will be back in short order. What's this? 2 minutes and 30 of the next song, so let's see if I can beat the next song back. Alright. Love your faces, guys! We'll be back. Alright, we are back. Time to set up tattoo things. I should probably take a picture of this actually before I pack it away. Oh, has our music stopped? Our music stopped. Hey. Okay, let's say we want to listen to things similar to this song. Hey, there we go. Lovely. Hope everybody is having a wonderful evening / day / morning / night / whatever it is for you. I am pretty happy. Things have been going pretty well today for me. I think Lizzie Bell would disagree.
Oh, for my own day.
Yeah.
My day is shit.
She's doing an assessment task for uni. She's doing a master's paper.
3,000 words.
It's due very soon, and her brain is not turning on. So she's in the struggle. Which, you know, is fair. Oh, actually, I need to go and grab my my coconut oil. Because I don't have Vaseline. Which is fine, because I'm not actually tattooing anybody. Sorry. Don't want my adder. That is plugged in. Perfect. We're going to test out how this works, because my tattoo machine is quite loud. So I don't know how stream is gonna... I don't know how Twitch... Yeah, it might just have to be music for a bit, and we'll swap in and out, I guess. I don't know. We'll figure it out as we go. Is this the furthest I can? There we go. Let's do that. So I have my... My music's quite loud. Johnny, turn it down.
First time I moved into your stream. Like, it's not like excessive, it's just a little bit loud.
Okay. Sorry, guys. I didn't know I was blasting you.
It's not that bad.
I think this song has been louder than the other ones. At least I hope it has been. My glasses out of the way. Need the toilet paper. Oh dear, don't freak out. Lovely daughter. You're the best. Oh, you're the best. Alright, here we go. You hadn't noticed. That's fair. That's good. That means it wasn't too loud.
This is the first time I've plugged headphones in. Yes, I'm here. But I want to hear how your tattoo gun goes.
If it gets way too loud and it's just...
Well, the problem is your mic's like right there, where your mic is.
Yeah. My microphone is going to be right where the machine is. Which is not ideal, but hey. That's sort of how it goes. Let's see if I can pick this up with my foot. Can I? Am I good enough? Oh, I am! Ha ha!
Just step on my...
Tia. Rude. She's cheeky. Alright. Cable 1. Alcohol. In case I decide to get drunk halfway through. There we go. Probably should have put you guys on a Be Right Back screen while I did this, but
Probably.
oh well. You get to see firsthand the terrible setup. In case anybody is stressing and wondering, this machine is a shitty internet bought machine. It has never been used on people, and it will never be used on people. So if you're suddenly worrying about how unhygienic I am currently being with it, it has only ever tattooed fake skin, and it's only ever going to tattoo fake skin. So no need to freak out over my lack of gloves and my lack of sterilization of the space, because this isn't actually going to affect anybody, luckily. Similarly, these needles, I do reuse them. You'll see that they've already got some gunk and shit on them. I actually should probably replace these. But I have just been using them for my Tattoober stuff. They will also never go anywhere near a person. So, don't freak out. But also, similarly, if you are watching this and you intend to, you know, work your way towards becoming a tattoo artist or tattooing someone, or if you already do tattoo people, do not follow any of the things I'm about to do. This is entirely just fuck around practice. This is not serious tattoo technique or like appropriate health and safety stuff. With the disclaimers out of the way, I guess. This is the first time I've tattooed on stream, so we'll see how that goes. I am going to actually swap this needle out for a new one, because I'm currently unhappy with how it's looking. Hey, guess what? You just. Lizzie Bell has been watching the stream forever.
Well, yeah.
And will continue to watch the stream forever. 3 rounds. That's what we want. So, she is accruing all of the points forever. That's not the one I wanted to get rid of.
Save them so that I can randomly throw D&D games into chat.
Yeah. Which I'm vetoing for tonight because I've got too much art to do.
I have too many things to do as well.
Yeah. But that is a thing that we will do eventually, because I'm super keen for more D&D fun. But I need to properly set up the game, because the last one we ran was very fun, but it was very haphazard, and there was some dead air moments that I think we probably could have avoided. Where is my disposable? I have a needle disposal jar. I fill up needles that need disposing of. Because biohazard. And we definitely don't want to mix those with just like random trash. Be awful. Alright, so let's test. Yeah. Probably a little further down. Just a little. Put you in here. So yeah, like I said, this is my shit kit. It's just for fucking around and playing and testing out design ideas. So none of it's serious. Which is good. I think artists need play kits, things that you can test stuff with without it being too serious. Good. gloves, nibs, tubs, gloves down here. And then I'll show off the old Tattoober stuff that we've already done, and then we'll work on the next set. We've got 4 to do tonight, and it's 10:30 now, so that's... You're back! Yeah, unfortunately there isn't an unlock command, but, you know, that's fine. Thanks for coming back. Appreciate it. So we're setting up for some tattoo stuff on our fake skin, which is here somewhere. Got a billion of these. All right, we need 4 for tonight. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, there's 4. I've got one with a finger on already. I don't know why that's there. Anyway, maybe I'll work around that one later. I don't know, sometimes. Crazy. Alright. So how you doing, Mal? How's your day been? It's gotta be pretty early in the AM for you, is it not? On your Saturday? Put my wedding rings over there. Alright, so we're gonna need the black for sure. You're in Perth. Why did I think that you were in America? What the fuck? Weird. Okay, well there you go. Yeah. Fair enough. How was your day then? Oh. Wow, that's just entirely thrown my whole life into chaos. Very funny. I don't know. I think I just associate Twitch with like America.
But you're on it.
But I'm on it, and I know so many people who are Australian who are on it. So like,
you're silly.
I'm a fool.
Yes.
I'm essentially, I'm an idiot. That's what the problem is. Okay, so what else am I gonna need? I need to figure out what I'm doing. Okay, so our 4 prompts today are blood. We're gonna do a ritual bowl with blood being poured onto a stone. We're gonna do card, which is basically just gonna be like a tarot style card. So that just is like black and white, and maybe we'll put some. Actually, we'll probably just put red in it. Black, white, and red, yeah. Bone. We're gonna need some whites. And probably a little bit of brown. Yeah. Bamboo would be alright. Light brown. There we go. A little bit of light brown. Who is that lovely voice you hear in the background? That's Lizzie Bell.
Hello.
Lizzie Bell is my lovely lady.
Your wife?
My wife. My wife. Well, I was gonna say wifey, but that's not right. We don't play that.
No, that's not us.
And then stone and bone. Stone, I was thinking of doing like a carved figure. Because I really like that. And bone, we just need the brown for. So I think we're good. Yeah. Oh, I wanted to put a little bit of grass around the stone, didn't I? So I'll probably want some green. Dragon green. That'll do. That will do. That'll do, pig. That'll do. Yeah, that's my lovely Lizzie Bell. She is supposed to be doing an assessment task.
Taking a break.
She's
My
taking.
brain is broken.
Yeah, her brain is broken and she's taking a break. But she's doing her masters. And she has got an assessment task to be going on with. And I'm here doing art shit and annoying her. By...
You're not annoying me. I'm not working purely because my brain hurts.
Yeah. She's stressing. As we would all be. But that's what's going on. So what's it like in Perth at the moment? I don't know a lot about Perth, I'll be honest.
They're doing much better than we are.
Yeah, they are doing better than we are, aren't they?
So it's just about everywhere. Except for Victoria.
Except for Victoria, which is doing particularly bad. They beat our record quiet. Fair. Is it always quiet, though? Isn't that how it always works? Victoria beat our record since the beginning. Feels like life is normal since the beginning? Jesus! You have living the dream out there in the middle of no man's land. Yeah, we're all proud of ourselves because we had the top in New South Wales. We had the top daily case numbers.
And now Victoria's
and then
well beat us.
Victoria fucking blows us out of the water. Trying to one up us, jeez. Just because you want to be the culture capital. You had like one tiny week of lockdown. Jesus. Lucky, man. Lucky. So, like, nothing's changed at all for you then. We have been dealing with on and off lockdowns. Our families, we live in rural New South Wales.
We've been luckier.
So we've been pretty lucky comparatively. But our families are all in, like, Greater Sydney. And so they've been fucked for a while. And we haven't been able to go and see them, which is annoying, but also kind of happy-making at times.
I can't believe you just admitted that on stream.
No, I love my family. My family's awesome. Lizzie Bell's family is pretty awesome. And we would like to see them. We miss them desperately. I'm just being silly for the camera. Just not coming out, that's all it is. Or am I out of white? Well, I'm glad that this is not going in anyone's skin, because this is shit ink. I would advise against this brand of ink, whatever brand of ink it is. Doesn't have a brand. Art Tattoo. Do not buy Art Tattoo ink. Not if you value anything about yourself. You haven't seen your mum in 2 years now because she's in Australia. That fucking sucks. Sorry to hear that, dude. Yeah, that's proper shit. We haven't been able to see ours for... yeah, 5 months-ish. And that's been tough on us. I don't know how I deal not seeing family for a year or even 2 more. That's rough. Sorry to hear that. Am I gonna... No, I'm gonna need red, so I'll put the blue here. At least you have video calls. Yeah, that pre-internet would be hellish. I can only imagine how terrible that would be. Not peach. I need the red. I need this shitty red in here. Yeah, we do a lot of video calls. By the way, our Discord, which the link is up there somewhere, or you can type ! Discord if you would like. Feel free to join. Our Discord is not just for me, but for our whole little group of streamers. We do like games nights, we do random hangouts and things, but on Fridays we do socializing and drinks. So we do video chats and voice chats whilst we just drink and shoot the shit. So if ever you feel like you want some company, just anybody in chat, feel free to come and join us. We're super open to anybody coming in. Our usual stream rules apply. So if you're particularly awful, you will be kicked out and banned. Like the usual, like, don't be discriminatory, don't be a racist shit, don't be like just fucking bullying people, don't be talking over people all the time, that kind of stuff. If you can follow by those rules, you are more than welcome to come. Damn. Does that just entirely exclude you then? You can't join. We might make a special dispensation for you, Mal. We'll give you 3 chances. You can come in and use your 3 chances up. How about that? This is taking way longer to set up. So this is the problem that I was having. I was like, oh yeah, I'll be able to do Tattoober and just like do tattoo stuff every day. But given how long it takes to set this up, it's been, what, 20 minutes now? And I'm still not actually ready to fucking make the art yet. It just takes way too long. So I haven't been able to actually do it every day, like on top of working. I work as a high school teacher, and between that and then doing the actual Drawtober and stuff on stream, which I've been doing every single day, this has just been too much. So I have postponed doing my Drawtober, my Tattoober stuff, my tattoo stuff, in favor of doing it in blocks. Because it was killing me a bit to do it every single day. But I am enjoying doing the Drawtober stuff every single day. I know you do yours in blocks, Mal, which is admirable. It's the smarter option. But you know, I like to punish myself. Masochist or something. Got ink all over my fucking hands. I'm gonna swap out gloves for this. So I don't want to ruin the image before I've even started. We've got to get basically how this works is, so this is just silicon. Crux will come mid-October. Yeah, absolutely. So I've got a teaching block at the moment. I'm teaching for 6 weeks at this one school. I'm essentially taking over all of this teacher's workload. So I'm having to like plan all their lessons and do all the shit that goes along with that, which is a lot of work and very tiring. So I'm already exhausted. And the juice is gonna run out. Yeah, and everything will pile up and it will become awful and I'll hate it and I'll want to stop but then I'll just force myself to keep going, because... Yeah. Hey, Breezy Girl, how you doing? We got all the Aussies in tonight.
It is Saturday.
It is Saturday evening, yeah. I already did my little disclaimer spiel, but seeing as we've had a few people come in, I'll do it again. Do not follow any of this as ideas for tattoo, proper tattoo, anything. I don't know what the correct terminology would be for this. Health and safety practices. None of this is health and safety, because none of it is meant to be. I am using a shitty machine that has never touched human skin before and will never touch human skin ever. I am using ink that I would never trust to, like, really be on people's skin other than my own, let alone inside it. I am using needles repeatedly, which is a very big no-no, because they're not touching people's skin, so it doesn't matter about safety. I'm putting on my gloves incorrectly and inappropriately, because I actually just care about them being comfortable, not actually having them be sterile and safe. Yeah. How long until cars start roaring around the mountain? I'll be honest, I don't know, because I don't keep track of that kind of thing. The Bathurst 1000 that I think is coming up, it's probably soon.
I feel like it's not everything, but I'm not 100% sure of that because I also don't care.
Yeah, we're not big on the race, I'll be honest. It's not our jam. In fact, we actually try and avoid Bathurst during those.
It's so busy.
Because it gets super busy, and it's full of less than reputable folks, is the appropriate way to say it. Arseholes. It's full of arseholes. It's actually around the end of October. Okay, there you go. We should know this.
October made sense.
Like, being in area.
Apparently this year it's November to December. 30th of November to 5th of December.
Really?
Yeah.
Pushed it back. Oh, there you go.
I mean, we were in lockdown.
That actually...
Trying to get us out of lockdown.
Yeah, I was gonna say, that makes sense. People like your cousin. Yeah, that. So, you know, thing. Anyway, yeah, my disclaimer is essentially just that, like, don't trust any of these techniques. These are not proper techniques for tattooing. These are not health and safety techniques. The things I'm using are not sterilized properly or anything like that, so please avoid. This is a not what to do. No? Yes. What not to do. There we go. Get there in the end. I'm tired, man. He's not an arsehole, but he's a proper bogan. That's fair. That's an important distinction to make. Because they are different things. This is gonna not work, isn't it? I'm gonna get this all over me again. I did last time as well. There we go. That's just a little bit of alcohol, so I can clean my nibs and my needles as I'm using them. So we have put a little bit of coconut oil. You can use Vaseline. I would advise using Vaseline because it's actually what you're supposed to use on the silicone skin. It's essentially just silicone put flat and cut up. We're going to tattoo on it. Okay, so this is probably going to be loud. I apologize. We're going to test it out. Isabel is listening out. If it gets too loud, we'll turn off the microphone and just have the music for a bit, and then we'll swap in and out. That's not working. How loud is that? Can you hear me talking over the top of it? Is it too bad?
Pretty loud.
Pretty fucking loud?
Yeah, we started talking about on my laptop. but it is quite loud.
It is quite loud.
It is quite loud.
Hmm.
Turn it off and have music.
I think we're going to turn it off and have music. People in chat, feel free to chat along. I will turn the microphone off and on so that we can do the talky thing. It's not too bad. We can hear you, but the machine is definitely noticeable. Pretty loud. Okay.
I would say take his mic off.
Yeah, I'll turn my mic off. Fuck it. When you want to talk to me, let me know and I'll stop to chat. I don't know.
This is an experiment.
It's an experiment. We're gonna see how we go. What I'll do is we'll start with not talking first, and I'll just do some tattooing stuff for a while, and then I will stop that, and I will start chatting with it on, and see if anybody can actually handle it. Because I know it's going to be loud, and it's going to be annoying, and some people aren't going to like it. So we'll start with it off, just because. Test it. Hey, so the prompt we're working on is blood today. So my idea, or I was literally just saying to Lizzie Bell that I don't know how I want to approach this necessarily, but essentially the idea I was going to have is like a ritual bowl filled with blood being poured onto like an altar stone. So my rough guess is going to be there'll be a bowl at the top here, and then blood pouring down onto a stone down the bottom. I think I'm going to rough out the stone first, and the bowl, and see where we go from there. I'm going to have to be careful though, because I need the pour to be left with a gap so that the detail of the blood can come in. So this is going to be an interesting one. I'm not sure if this is going to work out, but we're going to play with it and see how we go. I was just about to say, I am actually very much disliking what I've done so far.
Why?
This thumb is terrible. I'm very not happy with that.
Which thumb?
The thumb on this side is terrible. It
Cannot tell.
is misplaced. Additionally,
You're ridiculous.
I've misplaced my pouring hole onto the stone.
That's alright.
Oh.
No, that's a good thing because people aren't perfect. People do things like that. And it makes it look interesting.
It does make it look interesting. Anyway, that's what I get for doing things freehand first time.
Well, I mean,
which is actually fine. It's not an issue. We'll go with it. That's what this Tattoober stuff is about. It's about practice, getting comfortable with new techniques and stuff. But I'm unhappy with most of this. What about doing a syringe with a drop of blood coming out of it? That is also an option. That's what I had originally considered first. But I know a lot of folks have weird buses. I'm just going to talk now and leave the thing on. Quite a lot of people have issues with blood and syringes and seeing those kinds of things, and I didn't want to make anybody particularly uncomfortable with it. So I wasn't going to go out of my way to represent something like that. Fangs with blood is another good idea. I hadn't considered that one. Really should have, given that it's Spooktober. It's a bit silly of me. Anyway, so we're just gonna rough in some very brief. I don't know if this is taken properly. I'm not sure that it is. I think. Oh no, it is deep enough. Let's have a look. Oh, you know it is. Taken a little. Just super light. This ink is terrible. So that's now what it looks like underneath. It is an 18+ stream. This is true, but you know, people who are 18 years old still get unhappy about these kinds of things, and you know, rightfully so. They're allowed to feel uncomfortable in certain situations when things are not comfy vibes. There is a, you know, you don't have to watch if that's the thing that's happening, but I would like my streams to be pretty open to people coming in and enjoying themselves. I don't want people to feel like they can't watch because there's going to be stuff in it that they dislike. Streams are for everybody. What did I think of the Adventure Bagel? I don't think I caught the Adventure Bagel, unfortunately. I was, I'll have to go back and rewatch the stream, watch the VOD. If there is a VOD. I'm assuming there's a VOD. Because I had some errands to run and things, and I got to the stream a little late, unfortunately, because I slept in, nursing my my alcohol from last night. Oh, these needles are great either. This whole tattoo kit is pretty subpar. But it's doing the job. It's doing the job. That's all we can ask of it. This is some thick blood. I guess blood is thick, isn't it? Lizzie Bell? Are you busy paying it?
Sorry?
No, I was just asking. Blood is thick, isn't it?
Blood is viscous, yes.
Very viscous.
Although, it's not as viscous as you would expect. It's a little bit more viscous than water. It's less viscous than honey.
Yeah.
By quite a bit. If your blood is honey consistency, you've got a problem.
If your blood is honey consistency, you should probably cut back on the sweets.
I mean, you're probably severely dehydrated.
You are probably severely dehydrated. That's probably what the trick there is.
I don't think you look like it's good.
Analog.
You like...
I imagine some bogans buying these as they're and tattooing their mates. Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
I when I was looking through, because I bought these online. I'm not going to say where because I actually don't want to encourage people buying shitty tattoo machines. But I bought this online from one of the online sellers. And all of the reviews were like, oh yeah, I got this and I tattoo my mates and blah blah blah. And I was like, oh god, like these are, it's awful. Goes to honey viscosity when you're up at Everest Peak.
Interesting. I've never been to Everest Peak. Surprisingly enough.
Nor I.
I would say like maybe a good quality maple syrup, like the ones that we buy, because they're not too thick. They're quite round.
Oh yeah, actually.
Maybe around that.
That's a pretty good consistency for blood.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't usually deal with lots of blood.
Yeah, that's fair.
I deal with blood regularly, but not like lots of it. It's usually cleaning it up. This sounds really
For those who don't know, Lizzie Bell is a hitman.
I am a nurse.
She's a hired assassin.
I am a nurse. I do wound dressings as a part of my job, and people hurt themselves and need to have the blood cleaned up. I can't say I've really paid that much attention to the consistency before, but I will now, just for you.
Oh, thanks.
You're welcome.
I appreciate it. Lizzie Bell helping out our art streams by making sure that the consistency of the blood that we draw is appropriate.
Seems reasonable to me.
Seems reasonable to me too. Hey, self-care! Make sure you're looking after yourselves, ladies and gentlemen. It's super important because you're super important. You're open for commissions.
Not a hitman.
Hey, if you need someone taken out, Mal, we can sort something out. Don't you worry. Yes, we can.
No.
You tell us who and where, and we'll figure it out. We got friends in all sorts of places. Definitely can't hear Lizzie over the needle. Okay. Well, there's the trick. She's gonna have to type it out. Sorry, guys. She works in aged care. And yeah. So unfortunately she isn't an assassin most of the time. Just occasionally. Who is it, Mao? Who hurt you? Hey, fuck you, buddy. Coming into my stream and try and have me killed?
Oh yeah, no, that's actually a fair point.
Also, this is on the VOD. He's competition. Alright, how are we gonna do this? I hadn't thought far ahead of like how I wanted to do the background to the piece.
Like a cubed brain.
It does kind of look like a cubed brain, doesn't it?
But I like it.
There's so much about this that I'm unhappy with,
I
but
like
I'm just
it. That wasn't a criticism.
No, I know it's, but like anyway, I'm just gonna go ahead with it, and we're gonna make it good because that's how we do these things. We start with something that we don't like and we turn it into good art. I have a dodgy tattoo. It's not even sterile. Yeah. There is probably diseases all over this fucking thing by now. Yeah, multiple swords. It would definitely be an interesting fight. We still haven't trained Lizzie Bell with the swords yet. So
I'd be terrible at it.
she'd be terrible at it, but she would give a mean swing, I reckon.
I am not very strong.
You're not, but you know, I reckon you could still do some damage if you really wanted to.
Oh yeah. Of course. Anyone with a fucking sword.
That's it. That's it. Alright. So now I want to see a story about a pacifist hitman. So like a hitman who refuses to kill people personally, but still like ends up causing their demise through other means. I think that would be really interesting.
Does that mean that you're technically not a murderer?
I mean, you still would be doing murders.
Okay.
You'd just be causing murders in ways that are not directly, directly murdering? I don't know, what's the technical term there?
Manslaughter?
Yeah, like causing manslaughter. So like cutting the brakes on someone's car or like making elaborate saw-like trap to kill someone. And then technically because you didn't pull the trigger, there was a Blacklist episode with an assassin who did this by causing massive accidents. Yeah, there you go. It's been done.
Oh shit.
Oh shit. I was thinking like
That's like
a small car crash, but yeah, like killing fuck tons of people just to ensure that one person dies seems a little excessive. Oh, this machine is dying. There we go. These are very terrible quality machines. I have a few of them actually. And every now and then they just stop working. So, also this is terrible tattoo technique. In case anybody is wondering, you're not supposed to come in from directly above. You're actually supposed to come in at an angle. This just sounds like you're calling our relationship out, Mal.
I don't feed you the junk food, you feed me the junk food.
Yeah,
you feed
true.
yourself the junk food.
True. I do most of the cooking in the house, so any terrible food we eat is kind of my fault. Train derailing was another one. Jesus. It is a cool idea, but yeah, that's fucking excessive. Yeah, fuck it. Swooping season, yeah. We've got a few magpies actually in the area around our house. Every time I walked here, our beautiful puppy daughter, we end up having to deal with quite a few swooping us on the way through, so it's definitely an issue at the moment.
Swooped?
Yeah, we're getting swooped.
I've never been swooped.
I know you've never been swooped, that's because all fucking animals love you.
I mean, it'll probably happen eventually now that I keep saying it.
Yeah. Yeah, you've jinxed yourself now. So I really should be using a packing needle for this, like a mag, but can't be bothered changing my needles out. So I'm just gonna keep going with this. That does mean it's gonna take significantly longer to get done though, is the problem. So, my beautiful Lizzie Bell,
Yeah.
are you supposed to be doing your work?
Yeah.
Are you going to be doing your work now? Sorry.
No, you're right. Just don't wanna.
I know you don't want to. So one of the reasons I really wanted to stream doing this kind of stuff, doing the tattooing art that I do, is that when you're first doing it, and if you know where, the way I work, knowing where my lines are, I can fill in color and I can fill in detail underneath other things, which doesn't always work, but like the general idea of it is that you can sort of see where you're going with things and build in your color around it. But one of the things I really like about working like this is that it looks super vibrant like this, and I'm gonna wipe it off and you'll see how little of the ink actually goes in. This is why your tattoo artist goes over your tattoos multiple times when they're working on it, or they do the kind of like back and forth strokes. This is a terrible machine, so I have to do even more just to get the same amount in. But you'll see once I go over this another time, I'll wipe all the ink off, and you'll be able to see underneath. Not a lot of it actually takes in. Your skin is semi-transparent, so you will actually see more on your skin than you'll see on this. But in a second, when I wipe this off, you'll see that a lot of this ink on the top never actually made it inside. And that's why it's just sat here on the top. And then you'll see my terrible technique when I'm not actually trying to do a proper tattoo. Which is kind of poor habit making, but like at the same time. Alright. Let's reveal some of this. Oh, I let some of it dry. That's silly. Over. Touchdown. Oh, just don't listen to me. Alright, the reveal. So as you can see, we went from super vibrant to not vibrant at all. Because most of the ink doesn't make it in. That's a combination of the silicone skin being a little harder to tattoo into, and then also just like being lazy with technique, the fact that the ink is pretty terrible. It's a series of factors all together. Still cleaning this up a little. Ideally I can clean it to the point where there's not smudges all over the page. I'd hope if I had a bit of clean tissue to wipe with.
Don't turn on the lights. I don't wanna fight with you.
Alright, so as you can see, we lost. You figured out what was disconnecting you? So we've lost a lot of the detail, a lot of the color, but you can see some of it's packed in, so we're going to go over it again. Was the dock for your monitors? Right. In what sense? Oh, hydrate. Thank you, Lizzie Bell. Let's good. I haven't hydrated yet. Ah, I see. That makes a lot of sense, actually. Just gonna... a little bit more of the needle here. Let's see if that helps. Thought for sure it'd be one of the regular USB ports, but it was a USB-C one. Had a bit of plastic on it. Alright. Interesting. I don't know if I've put enough of this back on. Probably should be okay. Interesting. Yeah, you'd think that the... Oh, I need to turn the machine back on. Hey! You'd think that the USB-C would be a little better. There we go. No, that's too much. Just fussing with my machine. Move this here slightly. Yeah, you'd think it'd be one of like the regular. There we go. That's a little better. And a little deeper. You would think that it would be one of the regulars because they're more likely to be older and therefore more likely to break. But I guess these newfangled fancy things. You never removed the plastic plug. Just enough distance that it didn't slide all the way into the socket. Ah, I see. So it was user error rather than actual technical issue. That's what they call it, isn't it? In the IT game. %, user error. There you go. And like not at all as a like an insult. I user error half the time. I have a problem. I have my my emote wall, for example. Engineers say that the problem is the nut behind the wheel. Yeah, absolutely. I had an emote wall. I still do, actually. But for the longest time, it wasn't working, and I was like, oh, why the fuck is it not working? So I deleted it, I redid it, I checked if it needed, like, source programming or whatever. I was looking at all these different things. And then finally one day I was, like, opening it, like, closing it, opening back up, and testing emotes on it. And then I noticed that there was a thing that said, enable, and there was a toggle. And the only thing I hadn't done this entire time, I'd uninstalled it and reinstalled it multiple times. I'd, like, reset it up multiple times. I'd made sure that I, like, fucking modded the system that uses it. And it was literally just that I had not pressed a button to turn it on. The stupidity of humanity cannot be understated. We are not clever things. I always want to like put my hands and like spread like you would the skin on an actual tattoo. So I always like, I don't know what to do with my other hand now. It's impossible to make something idiot-proof because if you do, someone will invent a bigger idiot. Yeah, that is entirely the issue with humanity, all of humanity. So I don't think I'm going to do all of the tattoos I'm doing tonight on stream, but I'll do a few of them. We'll see how far we get with these. I don't want to spend too long on each one, but I'm kind of determined now to make this one half decent because it looked so shit to start off, and I'm still kind of unhappy with it. But we'll get there. We'll get there. So the next one is, the next prompt is card. So this one was blood, a little obviously. The next one is card, and we're gonna do like a tarot card type thing. I'm not sure if I want to do like a major arcana type thing, or if I want to do like one of my divination style cards, my oracle style cards. But I'll see how we go. I think I probably want to do something that's a little more akin to the major arcana stuff, just because I think it'll be a little bit more readable in the prompt. Of like, oh yeah, this is a tarot card. This is a, you know, I can see the what it's supposed to be kind of thing. I don't know. I always feel like these should, because they end up being so public, because you sort of share them around and they end up on the Instagram, and you know, mine go up on Discord and Facebook and fucking everywhere else, and then forever, or at least for like the next couple of years, people keep bringing up the old ones, and so you're kind of married to it a little bit for a while. As it keeps turning up places. And I don't dislike that, like, I happily share them around, but you sort of have to do things that appeal to a wider audience, rather than just what you would normally like to do, I think. Which is a terrible way to make art. I would not advise people do it that way at all. Except in very specific circumstances. One of the ones at the moment, one of those very specific circumstances that I'm looking at, I am teaching a group of HSC kids, which for the various translations to things in Melbourne it would be VCEs, in Queensland, which I don't know what your higher education equivalent is. It It's like your final exam, essentially, for the very last year of your schooling, and it is used to then determine like universities that you can get into and things like that. Oh yeah, we still got a bit of music left. Cool. We're good. This playlist is good, pretty good. I'm liking it. Just some chill. That I swapped out for a new needle. This is, as much as it is not going great in terms of actually packing in color, it's at least sticking a lot less than it was last time. I had been using the same needle for 6 or 7 artworks by that point, and they're really made for one use. So I shouldn't have been pushing it that far. It had clearly gotten to the point where the actual needles themselves had lost their edge, because they're not made for. Oh God. I'm trying to use a mouse with my left hand, just can't do it. I'm not ambidextrous in that way. I wish I was. I'd love to train myself to be ambidextrous. I think it would be super handy. Ha? Get it? I'm a terrible person. But yeah, I think it would just be super cool to be able to fucking do things with both hands. Or like swap between it and have no issue. Being able to draw or write with my left hand, as well as I can with my right hand, would be a fucking dream. But unfortunately, that takes shit tons of effort and time and learning, and I've already got to practice to be good enough with one hand, let alone both hands. Da Vinci would draw with his right hand at the same time as writing mirror image with his left. He was probably autistic though. Yeah, well that's it. See, like I don't have the benefit of being like a super mutant, like an awesome autistic person. I am dyslexic, so I just get all of the not being able to do things and none of the being able to do things. I get the disability that is just a hindrance. None of the beneficial. I am just joking. Autistic people out there, you're awesome and you're loved, and we recognize your struggle. But yeah, dyslexia is a hell of a fucking drug. All through my primary schooling and my high schooling and my fucking everything, university even, it's just so hard to do all the things when you've got a disability. It really doesn't help. Had a stroke at 60 years old and taught himself to draw with his left hand. Whoa. Just popping in between games? Thanks. How you doing, Quilly Tattooed? We are just working on some tattoo design artworks. So we're here painting up a very bloody scene. Hope your games have been fun and good. Yeah, being able to retrain yourself to draw with your left hand is insane. That takes some props, man. But the brain is super adaptable, so if you continue to do it, you would get better. And I think that the skills are transferable, so anything you learn to do with one hand, you can learn to do pretty quickly with the other. It's just that you have to spend the time doing it. And I'm already spending the time trying to get better at my art with my right hand. I don't feel like I want to spend the time getting better at it with my left. Which is a bit of a cop-out, but like, it's the cop-out I'm going with, so hey. I don't know how insufferable the machine is sound-wise, so you're guys gonna have to tell me if this is if it's too much, if it's getting annoying. Because I'm just happily buzzing away here. Does this stone need some brown on it? I don't think so. I think I might just like brown wash the ground here a little. It's like really loose. Just really loose brown wash. And then we'll put some green grassy thing over the top of it. See if that makes it look any better. I like this song. It's got the vibes of all those like YouTubers who use the same unlicensed music. Because this is semi-licensed music, I think. Alright, let's give this a wipe, see how it's turned out. Actually, let's just bust in some white, brown over here. And then we might go over this with some black and probably leave it there. Because it's getting to the point where we're adding in, like we're going over multiple times to try and get color in and it's just not coming through. So. Oh, lover. How you doing? Dying? Just a little. I need a bigger bin, clearly. Oh, losing my phone. It's alright, you can sit down there. They are, yeah, they're absolutely for you. I am a very white boy, and so I can't handle the chilies.
I am Indian.
And Lizzie Bell is part Indian, so she can definitely handle the chilies. She's quite a fan of the spice. Whereas my spices tend to be the milder spices. And herbs. I'm a fan of herbs.
And I also like herbs.
I cook with a lot of herbs. Because that's my jam. Because I am just the most from the UK you can possibly be. For those who don't know, which is probably most of you, I am English, Irish, Scottish, and Welsh by heritage, and I am first generation Australian, as in I was born here, but I wasn't conceived here. So, all right, it's looking a little rough shot. Because our colour has not packed in very well. Not entirely sure why that is. I think this needle, I think I need to do something with it. Might be the coconut oil, not letting the ink pass through very well. Also, you know, I'm tired and being lazy, so my technique isn't amazing. But we've got a pretty good layer first. I'm going to go over this again with black. Just to rough the outlines in again. And then that'll probably be it for this one. It looks good. I'm happy with it now. A little more happy with it than I was before, at least. So... yeah. I think this is our problem. I'm trying to do the in-between thing. Like, get just enough needle out. There we go. But you kind of need two different lengths, one for color packing and one for line work. And I'm trying to be lazy and just do one and not the other. Finally uploaded the short of today's Inkathon, so you don't have to watch the VOD to see the drawings. Awesome. I mean, I'd still kind of keen to check out the drawing of it if that's not on there. Is this just fucking Mary Had a Little Lamb? It is just Mary Had a Little Lamb. Can we skip this? That was weird. Yeah, the VOD always gets published because, you know, a few people like to watch it. They don't have agreeable time zones. Yeah, exactly. Or like me, you're just lazy and tired.
The phrase you want is not a morning person.
That as well. I'm definitely not a morning person. Ugh. Hate mornings. Why were mornings invented as a thing?
Because there are morning people who exist, like me.
No, I don't believe it.
But you literally live with me.
Yeah, I don't believe it.
Prior to doing night shift, I always wake up with the sun. You were there. You lived with me.
Yeah, this is true. This is true. That time zone was just my own. Yeah, exactly. It's not agreeable, but it is my own time zone. Just makes me wanna sing "What a Beautiful Morning" now. We're talking about morning and time zones and being up. When you were doing your PhD, you'd tell people that morning came at the end of the day, not the start. Yeah, exactly. That's how it works. If you stay up long enough, eventually you get to the morning part. That's how it works. I'm sure of it.
Terrible.
Unfortunately, however, I know far too many morning people who will not let me have that mindset of just like... Yeah, like the schools that I fucking work for. They want me to be all like awake in the morning and shit. Bullshit. How dare they give me gainful employment? So what was your PhD in, really? What did you spend way too much time studying? Also, does that mean we have to call you Dr. Relay? Or Professor Relay? Just don't call you Mister? Yeah, that's fair.
I'm looking forward to being able to be called Doctor.
Doctor Relay.
Partially out of spite.
I mean, I was talking about it last stream, but I went into teaching out of spite.
Yeah. We kind of do that. It's kind of terrible.
It was a little terrible.
It's worked out for me though, except for this one assignment and every other assignment. Wow.
You made computer models of wear pattern growth on railway tracks and did field tests to validate those models. That's very cool.
Yeah.
So, civil engineering, structural engineering, as your degree? Or was it computational theory? You love the title Dr. Lizzie? Just don't see it with your online persona. Mechanical engineering. Okay, yeah, cool.
I'm quite a ways away from my doctorate yet, and just doing my master's, and I've got a second master's to do before my doctorate.
Yeah. My doctorate is even further away. But it will be in art. Art theory and critical practice, so... So I will be contributing nothing to the world
That's a lie.
by doing... Oh, I'm funny. Or at least I think so. It's good, because someone's got to think so.
I think you're funny.
I know. That's two of us.
Our friend's group thinks you're funnier than they think I'm funny.
Carrie thinks it's funny. Max,
Oh, right. Max.
he thinks I'm hilarious. All of us highly educated people. Yeah, I know, right? It's terrible.
Like I said, I'm getting a doctorate out of spite. So I'm a nurse, as we've discussed, and I'm also half Indian.
Yep.
And one of my uncles, his whole family, like him and his wife are both doctors. He expects both of his kids to
Yeah.
study medicine. They can do whatever they want with their life, but they have to become doctors first, which
He's insane.
blows my mind. And so when I decided to become a nurse instead of a doctor, because I was originally thinking of becoming a medical doctor, when I decided to become a nurse instead, he gave my mum a bit of shit for it.
A bit of shit.
Well, I don't know how much it was, because I wasn't actually there for it. So I've decided I'm going to become a doctor of nursing just to spite him, and also because I like studying. But yes, it is not necessarily a sign of high intelligence. Every time
Not
I
at
have an assignment, like now, which I'm supposed to be doing, I the most struggle.
One of the other things I've found is quite a lot of people who go into higher education are not smart. They don't always make it to the end, but there is a lot of people who are like, I'm going to go and get a degree because it's the thing I'm supposed to do, and then really not cut out for academic life. That's not to say that they're
Which
not
is fair,
intelligent, but like,
Studying is difficult.
yeah, it's a very
And
particular time.
neurodivergence, mental illness makes it even harder.
Alright, so here's our blood bowl on our rock. So this actually turned out pretty well in the end. I'm happy with it. There was a period I was unhappy with it, but I'm happy with it now, so it's good. Alright, next one. Because we've got to get through 4 of these fuckers tonight. Our next one is card. Oh, this should be a good one. I'm probably going to rough this out first, just because I don't want it to look shit. Got a brand new fresh sheet. I'm also going to take my gloves off and use new ones, because these are covered in ink and they're just going to ruin the thing. Me beast. Yes. Yeah. Also, me stupid for not doing them for days on end and then trying to get 4 of them done in a night. Family are all high achieving, but you weren't pressured to be. Kind of just happened. Wow, that is very impressive.
Wow.
I think my sister was the first person to get a degree in my family. I was the second, as in like our entire family, like extended and everything. Relatives, all of our relatives. We were the first to ever go to university. We came from a quite poor part of England. Cuckoo. Alright, let's rough this out. So one of the things I like about this silicone skin, this particular silicone skin that I'm using, this particular brand is pretty amenable to a pencil, so I can actually rough out my designs ahead of time. Otherwise I'd have to be using stencil ink, and that's always a pain. Dad was the first in the family to go to uni. All farmers and convicts before that. Yeah, that sounds about right. Our family was a lot of convicts, and then also quite a few millers, some miners. My grandpa, Lord's rest him, was a newspaper tech. So we used to build and maintain the machines that the papers used to run on. These are not going to be perfectly straight lines. I don't care them to be, I don't think. Take a lot of pride in your convict heritage, because they were deported for money forgery. Feels more legit than to steal a loaf of bread for a starving family. Yeah, absolutely. If your family can do actual fucking crimes, that's a
legitimate reason to be a convict?
That's a legitimate reason to get sent to another country. And like, fucking A. What do I want to do for this? Do I want to do like a little plague doctor-y boy? It is Spooktober after all. How do I make this, like, as kind of unsettling as possible? I think I'm getting it. Do I like that? Am I happy with this? I mean, I wasn't happy with the last one, so I guess it doesn't fucking matter. This is pretty consistent in my art, you'll notice, if you watch me for any length of time. I will hate the artworks I make until they're finished, and then I'm like, oh, actually, this is pretty good. It was even a two-stage arrest. First the husband, and then a few months later the wife. Because she continued his work. That's amazing. Don't know what that was. Weird squeaky noises. Alright, and we'll do some inlay art around the sides here. Alright, cool. I like that. Let's go with it. What's the time? 12 a.m. 12 in the a.m. Hello. You working? You taking a break? Taking another break from your break.
I'll be working shortly.
Okay. Just wondering the same thing. It's 11 p.m. there, yeah. Daylight savings. Yes, we are on daylight savings time.
As of 1 week ago?
As of 1 week ago. So that's the thing we have to contend with, yeah. We're also ahead a little because New South Wales likes to be fucking weird. Oh, I should be doing this. Otherwise I'm gonna ruin the whole canvas. That's a canvas.
Is it made of canvas?
It is not, but it is called a canvas. Yeah. Weird thing in art. Anything that you create art on is a canvas. Art terms are weird. Is that so? Was that the tear?
That was me.
Oh, that was you. don't know how long it's going to take to get through all of this. I don't know if I'm getting this all done tonight. I would very like to. I think this one is going to be just a black and white. Most likely. Black and grey, probably. Oh, where is that line going? All over the fucking place. All over the fucking shop. You're gonna check out for the evening? All good. Thank you very much for joining us. Your presence is a pleasure. Helps the stream. Hope you have a great night. Catch you next time. Everybody else who's sticking it out, thanks very much. Super appreciated. I hope you're enjoying it so far. No, I am. Apparently I'm suddenly crying for some reason.
Are you okay? Are you sad?
Just one tear.
Oh.
Fucking weird.
I wonder what you're crying a tear
I don't know.
for.
Shedding a tear. Clearly shedding a tear for the loss of Relay. Dr. Relay. Suddenly the stream won't be the same. How will we all cope and manage? My eye just fucking does that at times as well, though. I don't know what that is. Every now and then my eyes will just, like, water for no reason. It's usually just one eye, and it will just keep doing it. Clearly I must have something wrong with me. Ooh. I don't really like doing straight line art with tattoos because it's not super clear where your line is, and especially if you're not using a particularly good machine, it's just not super easy. So your line goes fucking everywhere, and then it looks like shit. You can draw a straight line with a pen, or a pencil, or a marker, or fucking anything else. But with a tattoo machine, suddenly, just can't do it. That's a lie. I can't do it. It's just much, much, much harder. Here we go. I need to get myself a really good, like, rotary, I think. Even just to have, like, one as a, like, practice fuck around one. Because these really aren't cutting it. Hope everybody is having a good night, good day, good evening, good whatever it is for you, morning, etc. Yeah, having a good time here. Yeah. So we're going to do a ridiculous philosophy stream at some point. And just go over, like, all the crazy philosophy nonsense that we usually shit talk about, like, on our own. Because there's some really interesting ideas out there in the world about, like, what shit is and how shit does. And I'm really keen to see what the rest of the streamy world thinks about these kinds of things. Alright, this is looking suspicious. Blah blah. Words. It's getting late, clearly, I'm getting tired. This is sufficiently spoopy, it looks like.
What was the theme?
The theme was card. So
Fair enough.
it is a card.
It is a card.
Trying to think what card it should be. What label it needs. What do we think, chat? What does this need as its label? All good. We'll think of something. This is the one thing that really sucks about working with these really white silicone skins, is that they fucking smudge like no one's business, so cleaning them up is a pain in the hole. Alright, let's go up and clean up some of these edges. We'll stick a name down the bottom. Will it fit? Yeah, well. She says, but what if it wasn't? But what if it wasn't? What if it was a spooky ghost? Your daddy wouldn't let them be ghosts in the house, Tina. They are banned. Hey, 2 down. Card, ladies and gentlemen.
Very nice. 21,000 points.
Lily Bell is up to 21,000 points
Equals.
in Inkwells.
Oh,
Hey, Squiddy! How you doing, buddy? Actually, let's just chuck back what we've been working on. Oh, and then I'll show off the crowns in a second. But these are the 2 artworks we've been working on just now. So the prompts were blood and card. How was your stream, Squiddy? How you doing, buddy? Yeah, so that's blood. Pour in a nice ritual bowl. And then we have card here. The healer. Some spoopy Plague Doctor vibes. How's your stream, man? How'd you do? I'm gonna shout out Squiddy. Here we go. It's squid. No, that's not how you spell Squiddy. SQUIDY. Good, thanks. Got a lot done on your Warlock. Very good. Now you're exhausted, so you thought you'd pop in and say hi. So playing some Destiny 2. Very, very good. Ladies and gentlemen, if you would like to, go and check out Squiddy. He's a pretty cool dude. What are we up to? Stone. Alright, we're going to do a lovely stone figure next. And while we're setting that up, I'm just going to show off the Inktober stuff we did today, the Drawtober stuff we did. Where is somewhere here? There we go. This is, oh, there we go. Crown, which is today's prompt. It is technically upside down. Let's do it the right way around. There you go. Pair of crowns that we did for Lizzie Bell for her tattoo. It's gonna go on her body. When are gonna join you for Destiny 2? That is the question. Hey, so look, I don't have Destiny 2. I don't have a console, and I don't know if it's only on console or if it's on PC as well. So my assumption there could be wrong already. But also on top of that, I've got fuck tons of other games to play. But here's the deal, Squiddy. Here's the deal. If you can convince Blue and Cog to play Destiny with us, I will get Destiny. Is that fair?
Are you starting another artwork? It's 12:30. You can, but you have work this week. Just a warning.
No, yeah, that's fair.
It's your choice. It's up to you. It's your stream.
But I have so many left to do.
We'll
Oh.
start earlier tomorrow. Because you started after dinner tonight.
Yeah, alright. Good plan. It's on PC and cross-play. Sounds like it's a good deal. Perfect. Okay. Well, let's do that then. I'm sorry to the people who raided in with us because it looks like we're actually packing up.
Oh, you can do one more if you like. It's your choice. You're the one who has to do day shift this week.
I do. I'm gonna be so fucking tired, but I need to get it done.
Let's do one more. Do one more for the raid.
No, we'll do one more for the raid. Alright. Raiders who have come in with Squiddy. For those who don't know me, my name is New World Artist. I do art stuff, I do variety streams, we play games, we do art, all the fun things. At the moment I'm doing Tattoober, which is like a variation on Inktober or Drawtober, where we do tattoo-based art prompts. So, this is going to be loud. You can hear that. I'm going to be talking over the top of it because I want to keep chatting to my stream. If you have any questions or queries, feel free to chuck them in chat. We talk about a great variety of subjects here, so broach your topics if you've got them. Otherwise, I'm just going to rant at you for... How long is this going to take? We've been streaming for 4 hours, so probably another hour? Hopefully less. Last one took 30 minutes, 40 minutes. So hopefully this one doesn't take too long. We are doing stone is this prompt. So I was thinking of doing like a stone carving, little figurine of something, in a nice sort of sandstony brown thing. I was thinking of doing one of those fertility god statues, like the whole prehistoric vibe. But yeah, Squiddy, if you can convince Cog and Blue to buy it and play, you're gonna hop off for the night. All good. Thanks, Mal, for joining us. I hope you had fun and you enjoyed it. Have a good night, and I'll catch you on your next stream. Good shit, very productive. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, catch you later, man. Squiddy, if you can convince Blue and Cog, then we will play together. I can't guarantee that we'll play much. I can't guarantee how often we'll play, but we will get it and we'll put it into the thing. He says goodbye, Elizabeth. She's not paying attention. Think she's already said that she has it. I'm not sure if Cog has it installed. Yeah, I don't think Cog has it, or if he has it, it's not installed. Blue definitely has it. She's played it before. But if you can convince them to play, then I'll go out of my way to get it. I think we're going to try and do this without the black outline first, and see how we go with that. See what it turns into. Alright, here we go. So what do I want to do with this? I want to... trying to think how best to draw this out. I could look up some reference art, but I think I want to just like... I think we'll just go with it. So I'm gonna do the sort of standard art thing, and then I'm gonna put it on like a little straw altar, because I think that'll be cool. Alright, let's just rough out the shape. We'll go from there. So, kind of big head. We're just working in the brown, so it doesn't matter if it's not perfect. We just want to like... I think that might be too huge of a head. Ah, fuck it. It'll be fine. And then we want to do them like big old biddies. Like big beautiful belly, and then the Nope, she's not listening. She is listening to the TikToks. I know that. I know that face. It's a TikTok listening face.
What about me?
What about you?
What about me?
I said love, and
Oh,
you were
love.
too distracted.
Yeah.
That's all right.
My brain has shut down for the night. I'm sorry.
That's all right.
It is late for me. I'm a morning person.
Yeah. I assumed there was going to be no more working tonight.
I made over 100 words.
That's good.
It's terrible in a 3,000 word essay.
A little bit, but you know, it's a good start.
It's an okay start.
It's a start.
It's a start. I agree with you on that one.
Hmm? You're gonna hop off so you can catch some sleep. All good. Thank you very much, Squiddy, for the raid. Super appreciate it. Hope you have a good night, man.
Good night.
Good night. So everybody, it's coming to that late end of the stream where we don't talk as much and we just focus on art a little bit. But yeah, if you're keen to have a chat, do let me know in chat. We can broach any topic you like. But yeah, I'm getting tired. I'm getting to the pointy end of things now. Which is fine. We've been streaming for 4 hours. So it was only a matter of time before we got to that tired end of the stream. It's been a long week. I think it's been a long week for everybody, to be honest. Yeah. So we're all a little over it. But I hope your week has been significantly better. And if it hasn't, I hope that your next week is significantly better, because, you know, you guys deserve that. You guys deserve the good things. These are for Drawtober. Drawtober is a prompt list art challenge that happens throughout October. The one I'm specifically doing at the moment is one of my own design called Tattoober. Basically, I have given myself a series of prompts based around interesting things that I thought would be good for tattooing. Because some of the prompt lists are sort of pretty heavily geared towards one thing or another, you know, spooky things or, you know, monsters or animals or whatever. And there's been some controversy over Inktober, which is one of the main major prompt lists. So we're avoiding doing that one this year. I think quite a few people are boycotting it specifically. Which is fair enough, because some of the accusations around it, not super severe, you know, in sort of social terms comparatively, but in terms of the art world, there's some pretty legitimate criticisms going on there at the moment, and so most of us are trying to avoid engaging with that too much by just not doing the Inktober prompts and instead doing our own ones or finding some online. Mao, who was in here before, is doing Stream Ink, which is a prompt list created by a series of streamers on Twitch. All awesome people. You should go and check them out if you have the chance. There is quite a few Instagram accounts devoted to like Stream Ink and Streamtober and Drawtober and all those things. So you can go and check out various different prompt lists. The one I'm working on here is one of my own devices, as I said. So it's a little more loosey-goosey than some of the others. And the whole idea was this, just to get some tattoo practice in while we're in lockdown. We are coming out of lockdown now, officially, which is nice. But I figured I'd just keep on keeping on with it. Anybody who is in here from our raid, who is interested and curious, this is not proper tattoo technique. This is just me fucking around. I am using a machine that never gets used on people, so I feel comfortable reusing the needles and the inks and stuff. The inks are terrible. I bought them off some internet service, so I know they're not any good. Which is why I use them for this stuff, for practice, because I don't mind, I don't know, wasting them, because they're not of quality, so it doesn't really matter what they go towards. They clearly don't hold very well. They're pretty shit. The machine as well is terrible, but it's alright, it's never going on someone's skin, so it doesn't matter if it's good or not. I just gonna play around with it. But yeah, if you were sat there stressing about my rushed technique or the machine that I'm using and stuff like that, just know that this is me playing around. This isn't serious tattoo time. If it was, I would be concerned for myself. So we're going for this kind of like prehistoric idol, fertility idol type thing, I think is the go. So we're gonna have her on this like bed of straw. This one's turning out pretty good, I think. We're going to need to add some more of the yellow down here for the hay, just because packing in yellow as a color is difficult, and maybe add a little bit of brown to it. And then we're just about done, I think. Let's turn up the... Alright, almost done. Just gonna keep putting in some of the shading on this one side. Just trying to build in some of this kind of like 3D element here. Alright, let's have a look at this. Just calling you out. I mean, it might be right.
They also told me to go get some sleep, but I'm waiting for you.
Well, I'm almost done.
Take as long as you need. I love you and I support you in your endeavors.
Aww, best life. See, that's what you need, ladies and gentlemen, in your life.
Both call you out and support you.
Yeah, you need someone who's gonna be like, hey, you should be asleep by now. And then also be like, but if you don't want to sleep just yet, I'm gonna be here chilling with you until you're ready.
I want night as well, so my sleep already.
Alright, that's it. That's stone done. We have this lovely little stone idol.
Oh, very nice.
Alright, so I need to take pictures of all of those before we go to bed, but I can leave you guys all here at this point and send you on a raid somewhere else. Thank you very much for joining us. I hope you have enjoyed the tattooing. It's something a little different. People seem to enjoy it, so that's good. We might do this again sometime. Yeah, because this is not usually something we do on the channel. Let's have a look. Whomst is on? Oh, I've got the tattoo tingles in my hand. Oh, I think we potentially do Owen Tat draws. Let's see what he's doing right now. Squidette Live is playing Rocket League. Oh yeah, they're doing Stream Inc. Perfect. Here we go. I'm gonna jump over to Owen Tat Draws, so I'm going to check into a raid. Thank you everybody for joining us. You're super awesome, all of y'all. If you have bees to spam in the chat, you should absolutely spam bees in the chat. We're going to chuck in our raid thing. So if you have bees, you can copy and paste what I paste in now. Otherwise, you can come up with your own little raid thing. But we're going to do some bee raids for everybody. Thank you for coming along with us on this crazy journey of art and fun. And I'll see you tomorrow for more ridiculous art streams as we struggle through October and way too much drawing. Alright, thank you very much everybody. I'll see you next time. Bye.